I am sure sports. You know me there, from coast to coast representing. I mean, I say this is righteous representing for Omar. You don't know, come get the sports over here from near and far. Boy. Me say I am sure sports, one thing me sure about. When me say sure, that me not doubt. Come get your sports, get it over here. Come subscribe, repost and share. I am sure sports, one thing me sure about. When me say sure, that me not doubt. Come get your sports, get it over here. Come subscribe, repost and share. If me not sure, that me not say it. Know who score, that me not say it. Never know no game play, that me not say it. If me never see no game, me no know who play. For your sports news, better come over here so. For your soccer news, then come over here so. If you don't love sports, still come over here so. For the day done, you a go love over here so.
So when it comes on to behavior concerning football, Jamaica is decent. I am sure that if we can get all of these things done, set in place by the end of April, it gives us enough time before the World Cup campaign. Not afraid of no Brazil, no Argentina with these crapper players. We are good enough. Remember to like, subscribe, share. Listen, comment, let me know what your thoughts are.
Trick Nick Jerk Marinade gives your meats and vegetables authentic Jamaican jerk flavor. The spices are directly from Jamaica. Spices like jerk seasoning, allspice, Scotch bonnet pepper, fresh scallions, thyme, ginger, and garlic. The key ingredients to a great jerk marinade. 0% sugar and low in sodium. You want to try it?
Made up of 18 Jamaican herbs and spices. Add delicious, bold flavor to your next grilling experience. Flavoring sauce, a marinade, basting, condiment, or topping. Trick Nick Jerk Barbecue Sauce.
All right, good morning. Welcome to I Am Sure Sports. I am your host. My name is Man. My people, how are you doing on this lovely day? It is Friday. For many people, it is payday. You understand me? One way or the other, you're going to be paid. So big up yourself, one and all. It's good to be here with you again. We have a jam-packed show today. We have some very important matters that we're going to be discussing. We'll be giving you a teeny-weeny little bit of update on what is happening over there with our high school championships champs, right? We're going to talk to you a little bit about that, but we have loads of information we're going to share with you. We have a big-time Jamaican artist that should be passing through the show today as well. So we have interviews, we have views, we have reviews, we have previews coming up for you on the show today. All right, as you know, we don't like to break our shows asking people to like and subscribe and share, but it is Super Friday, and Super Friday are special days for I Am Sure Sports. What we do on Super Fridays is that we ask on a Friday that our faithful subscribers, make a super sticker, super chat to support I Am Sure Sports. Right? It's always important that you do that to show your love for the channel. All right, I have a message also that I want to send out today. So I'm hoping that at some time Mr. Peter Gould will be able to hear this, or his lovely wife, Miss Amanda Gould, or somebody at Mount Pleasant, because I have, I'm going to use this as an opportunity to present something. I've been talking a few things Mount Pleasant, and I'm going to do so today again. All right. Again, if you're on right now, do what I am doing. You may be seeing me on my phone wondering, all right, let me do it. Let me show you what I'm doing. I'm right here sending the link out to a few persons. So I want you to go ahead and do that, right? Hit the share button. on your phone, right? Send it out to a couple of persons. Share, people. Sharing is caring. All right. So have you done that? Find 5 people and share the content with. All right. Big up man like Ryan LFC. Big up man like Triple E in the building. To all of you, man is man say bless up, more love every single time. All right. So yeah, but this is going to be a good one. Like I said, we should be having an artist passing through the show today to talk to us about a very special event that is coming up. Yeah, a very special event that is coming up that yeah, you want to attend. So we're going to make the link with the artist right now. Should I? Yeah, let's do that as a first thing. Big time artist, Um, Eddie, Eddie Vision of Eddie Vision. All right, so we have a big time artist that is supposed to be on the show today with us to share with us a very special event. We kept it as a surprise, right? But we're gonna see if him can even give us one part. Yeah. All right, but um today as well is the funeral service. It's going on right now. The funeral service for Mr. Uh, uh, Mr. Frank Brown. Mr. Frank Brown is being laid to rest today. Mr. Frank Brown at the Excelsior High School. The service started at 10 a.m. this morning, and then he will be escorted. The body will be escorted so that he can be laid to rest at Dovecote. So, again, condolences to the family, to all the Ali Cup crew, Samba, and the rest of the persons who are out there paying honor to the life of the great coach, one of the first coaches to win the Costa Cup and Manning Cup. He also represented Jamaica. Many believe that he has not been given his due honor for the work that he has done. That is Coach Frank Brown. So he's been laid to rest today, died recently. And so that is being held at the funeral service is being held at the Excelsior High School up there on Mountain View Avenue. So we are going to see if we can, get some feedbacks and some thoughts on that. All right. Now, for those of you who follow Champs, right? So after all the finals at the end of last night, right, the point standing for Champs sees on the girls' side, I'm going to give you the top 10. Heidel on 98 points, Edwin Allen in second on 87 points, Homewood Technical in third, 71.50 points, St. Diego in fourth on 48 points, Immaculate Conception, fifth position, 43 points, St. Catherine High, 31 points in sixth, Alphonsus Davis High, formerly Spalding, 22 points, 7th. Wolmer's Girls, 21 points in 8th. St. Mary's High, they are on 16 points in 9th. And Camperdown, they are in 10th position on 12 points. So that's the girls standing for you at ISA Champs. On the boys' side, we have in first position Kingston College. They have 124 points. They're followed closely in second by Jamaica College on 121 points. In third, you have Calabar High. They're on 70 points. St. Elizabeth Technical comes next on 41 in fourth. In fifth is St. Diego on 32 points. Magati High, wow, on 26 points in sixth. In seventh position, you have Edwin Allen High on 24 points. Eighth, Cornwall College, 14 points. Ninth, Herbert Morrison Technical High School, they have 12 points. Petersfield are also tied on 12 points with Herbert Morrison, and Monroe are in 10th on 8 points. So that is the boys and the girls standing. That was at the end of day 3. As you know, champs gets going this morning. But I want to speak about a couple of things about champs before we get into some of our footballing content, just to give you a little bit of a perspective. Now, a couple of things that I want to speak to. One, I do not believe that the Calabar athlete did what he did intentionally. If any of you have ever run, sometimes you get disoriented when you're running at high speed and you lose your balance and you drift. Lot of times, this is something common. All right. No, it is pointless. It is pointless. I hear this argument where people are saying he did deliberately. The number 1 and number 2 athlete were not going to be caught in this particular race. So the best finish would have been a 3rd place finish for the KC athlete, right? All right. 3rd at best in that race, he would have finished 3rd. The Calabar athlete who was leading would not have been caught. The Calabar athlete that committed the infringement would have picked up points. And if he did what he did, the points differential from where he was, from where his KC opponent was, is 1. Like, it's a 1 point difference. Why would he risk all of that in a championship that, given where the positions were and points, they are not chasing the championship? So I don't think, given all of those factors, I don't think it was intentional. It was not intentional. What I think is intentional a lot of times is when the athletes are doing the longer distances and they all bundle together. So some people believe it was. I don't believe it is. So if it is intentional, I hear people are saying that he should be banned for 2 years. All right, fine, ban him. What I know in football that I play. No, I believe the disqualifying him is the right action. But this idea that he should not participate and they were trying to get him not to run in the 200 is ludicrous. And let me tell you why. In football, if I am fouled and that's a yellow card, for me, and then you retaliate and punch me, I get a yellow card, and then you get the ban for your retaliation. I personally believe that the KC athlete's response was unsportsmanlike. He had to be physically restrained, or else I guarantee you people, champs would go back to what it was years ago. Let me say it again. If the Calabar athlete and the KC athlete were not restrained, we would begin to see scenes like we used to see years ago. You remember years ago that you couldn't even go and bus? There were a lot of stabbings and just constant conflict and war outside the stadium, war inside the stadium, war on the buses, until they had to have the whole Champsy thing with the whole peace thing, trying to get the school. And I am telling you that because you cannot judge a person's intention, you can't say he intentionally did it. You can say it look, but what you can do is judge the reaction of the KC athlete and his behavior, though it was in the heat of the moment, was unsportsmanlike. Who said ban KCU? People, before no comment to the listener, man. Nobody said. Richard Green. Who said who? People. Somebody please tell me. Who did you hear Manningsman say ban anybody? Let me go back because Richard Green. There are people suggesting that the Calabar athlete should be banned 2 years for what he did. I said I do not agree. I believe that the disqualification from the race was appropriate. He should be disqualified, which is what they did. But there were suggestions and arguments that he should not. He should not have been in the 200. So, fine. What I am saying now is that the KC athlete response, I thought was unsportsmanlike. And therefore, I think some action needs to be taken against him, either by his school administrators or the governing body. Why I'm suggesting that is because I know where Champs is coming from. In the 90s and in the early 2000s, you would not have a Champs without kids being physically hurt. People even died. I don't know if we are forgetting that. And for that reason, I think it needs to be dealt with. You don't want this spillover, especially because there are many suggestions out there, people. There are many suggestions that in a particular event, a particular Calabar athlete could have won, but allowed a JC athlete to win. I don't believe like those things happen, because there are suggestions that they are doing everything to help JC win Champs because of the altercation or the little mishap in the race. Listen, I know these schools. These things don't, they don't give away points like that. All right. We have somebody here who has. Sure, improvement. Because what happened is that, remember, if all the KC athlete had to do, and KC was to lodge a complaint, there is a place for doing that. But just imagine with me if they did not restrain him. He looked like he would have physically. It looked there. They almost came to. We didn't see that part, but the people in the stadium said they almost came to a physical fight, and people missed that. And I tell you, if that happened, it would have created a lot of problems at Champs. So the athlete, I know it is painful, it's hard, but you have to restrain yourself. All right. So that's one thing. But listen, I don't think that that took away from the other. 9.99 and 10.92, right? Boy, Issa trying to maximize money, but I think they lost. They have lost some people, because I agree with you, Rob Simmons, that if this race was done, but maybe if it was on a Friday, Saturday, the wind condition would have been bad, Rob Smith, and you would not have seen the time anyways. But KC, Fortis man, people is Super Friday, Fortis man, we're going to break the pattern of 30 minutes and let you call in, because we have some important things that we need to do. So you can call in and share the information you have, Drew Fortis. When you want to, because like I said, we have an artist that is supposed to be passing through as well. So if you're ready, you can call in, share your thoughts, and then I will get into some more stuff. Big up, man called Stickman. Bless up yourself. The St. and Major League is up and running, and there's a team called Priory that has started 2 from 2 Big up to them. I tell you, sir, that they're under the leadership of Coach Rudolph Stennett is his name. And they won yesterday 1-0. They defeated Exchange um, in Major League action in the St. and Major League. Big up Mr. Danny Beckford. He has facilitated the teams. You understand me? I have to give him become. I'm gonna beat him a little later, But right now, I'm going to give him a little big up. Just waiting on Fortis to call, and then once he calls, we'll get back to yeah. But let me say this, right? I have to big up Mr. Danny Beckford because he has done some things to get the St. and Major League up and running. Commendations for that. Big up yourself. You understand me? And he has really facilitated, as an administrator, he has facilitated the teams and to get them as best as possible, compliant in terms of registration for the league. So big up to him for that. It is unsponsored and he still found a way of getting 8 teams involved. Down from the normal, I think 12 teams he normally has in the league, but kudos to him. All right. So there you go, show improvement. Let's get back to this. Yes, it was a KC coach who had to carry the Calabar runners away. And that is a sad thing. I don't think it's a good spectacle, right? But Rob, whether it was kept on the Friday, Rob, you would not have been there. I think sometimes we ask for things that we are not going to be at. So, on what Issa is doing, Issa felt like there were too many, like the athletes would be running on the Friday, the relays, they would be running the relays, some of them the 100 finals, 4x1, 4x4, and they would have the heats at the 100 and the semifinals at the 100, the 4x1 relay, the 4x4 prelims, all right? That's 4. Plus, remember they can do some other event. It was too much, so they spread out the events over time. So we had a complaint. A lot of people were complaining that the athletes were overworked, that they had too many. So Issa said, okay, people, let's cut down on the workload for the athletes, limit the amount of events they can do, and let us spread out the finals over the days of champs so that the athletes can get better rest. This is why they are doing the better times. They are doing, and they're doubling the 100 and the 200. Thank you, sure improvement. So they are doing the better times because they have a lot of rest time in between the events. What we want is to go back to the previous schedule. That would be too much for them. And maybe we'll go back to the days where the Michael O'Hara get injured. The Mattison, is his name? Javon Mattison from KC getting injured. Right? Or what's the other one? Ramon McKenzie. All of these guys. I think spreading out the events is important because people, you can go and watch 100 meters, man. I think decreasing the workload of the athletes, spreading the events over a longer period of time has worked to the benefit of the athlete. No, listen, financially, and this is financially, it may be hitting Issa's pocket, but it is helping the athletes. But all right, so Serena still got hurt. All right, fine, let's look at that. And what's his name from JC? Mark Anthony Miller. And many athletes still get hurt, right? But not because athletes still get hurt, don't mean it's not working. Less athletes are being hurt. The issue is the same thing that Issa trying to cut out. I told people, like athletes like Serena Cole is doing too many events. She's a triple jump. I told people before, champs, you know. I told people before, champs, that you see the athletes that do multiple events stand a greater chance of getting hurt. So, personally, I think our athletes have always produced. So when there is a major track and field event, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, the public need to go out and support our athletes. Leading up to champs, everyone was believing, the track and field people, believing that Nkrumah, Boaji Nkrumah could go below 10. The moment you heard that he made the finals, or he was in the semifinals, you should have gone, if you're a track and field lover, go to champs. Because it was on the cards for the track and field people. If you have been listening to the pundits and the build-up to champs, it was on the cards from the World Youth Championships. So we, as a people, need to go out and support the athlete, not you, Rob, because you don't know yet. Yeah, they are foreign. But the local people need to go out and support it. And I personally think the numbers at champs have dwindled. It did last year. And I don't think the numbers are going to be big tomorrow or today. Because there's a loss of appetite for sports in my right? In my opinion. It's losing its appeal. That's why I tell people, this is not just a track and field problem. I tell you that tomorrow, if Shelly-Ann Fraser-Pryce, Elaine Thompson-Herro, and Shericka Jackson and Sha'Carri Richardson lines up in the United States, in England, in Budapest, in Istanbul, in Warsaw, wherever, in Munich, in Paris, pack stadium. If they were same athlete at the most ideal time, 6 o'clock or 6:30 Sunday, 7 o'clock Saturday, the stadium probably going to be a quarter full or 3/4 empty. If Jamaica plays Brazil in the Maracanã right now, it's going to be the national team full. If the Jamaica female team play Brazil in the Maracanã, they probably have a half full stadium. If they come and play in the national stadium in Jamaica, you get around 10,000 people. It's just our culture. It's just a general problem with our sports. But again, listen, people, the Clayton sisters could be a champs running against Alana Reid. Brianna Liston could be there. Kerika Hill could be there. And Serena Cole didn't run. You realize that we have like 10 young ladies. We don't have to call Brianna, you know. We have around 10 young ladies right now, you know, in that little bracket right there, you know. Jamaica just keep on, the conveyor belt, keep on producing and producing and producing. God bless. In spite of the limited resources that the country has. You understand me? But big up to all the athletes. Really enjoyable champs. Now, the other matter that management want to talk about. The other matter management want to talk about. Because people beat JC bad enough. Hey, some KC man beat JC bad enough, man, in cup, you know. See, the Caribbean All-Star. The Caribbean All-Star, and them get players from here. In fact, Issa Hall said certain man couldn't play for you. You understand me? Here is a joke. But KC do it in track and field. Now, I have a problem. Because, here's the thing. Here's my problem. I think this rule where a youth from Jamaica have to sit out to play should cut out. If anybody coming from overseas can play right away, a youth moving from Westmoreland to Kingston supposed to play right away. That is my opinion. If you can come from the Caribbean and play right away, or from the continent of Africa, you can play right away. If you can play right away, the man from Westmoreland can play in Kingston right away. The man from Montego Bay can play in St. Elizabeth right away. That's it. Here is where now, if you move from one school already, and then you're going to move to a next school, you have to sit out. But once this is your first move, you should participate. And they can put a number on it. So you can say no more than X amount, but the athletes should be able, whatever form, whatever age, whatever, to play right away. Because not every school can recruit from foreign. The Rob Smith says, nobody with that money. It's an exchange program. We're trading distance for speed. It's in the benefit of the country. No, but some of the guys who are at KC are not in sixth form. Listen, it's not just KC and JC now. Because even Edwin Allen have people from the Caribbean, St. Catherine have people from the Caribbean, St. Diego have people from the Caribbean. So normally when they come in from Caribbean nations, they play right away. Right away. They participate. They don't sit out no year. And they don't all go to sixth form. And they participate. So I think when you them transfer from one ISA school to a next ISA school, they should be allowed to participate right away, except in the cases where they got a transfer from some other schools. In other words, in the United States, it's very hard for foreigners and easy for locals. In Jamaica, I feel like it's very hard for locals and easier for foreigners in our ISA competitions. That's my opinion. It must be easier for the locals, in my opinion, when it comes down to the ISA sports in school. Okay, so what? Oh, Demetrius, you're saying that everybody should sit out. Okay, well, at least if they were doing this, Demetrius, Detriment podcast, I would agree. If everybody was sitting out, then I would be okay. But you can't have one set sitting out and the other set not sitting out. Either no one sits out or everyone sits out. Mira, yeah, big up Fresh God. We soon get to the field thing there. But they are still losing the talent. Remember the guy who won the class 1 discus is a guy from St. Mary Higher College, one of those schools, came to JC and he sat out. And then there was COVID, and so he missed like 3 years of champs because of the rule and COVID. The point I'm making is this. They are still leaving the schools. The rule has not stopped kids from leaving. What it has done is stop them from participating for a full year. That is what, because the kids are still moving. And moving in large numbers. That is the point I'm making, you know. The kids are still moving and they are moving in large numbers and they are willing to sit out a year. You cannot tell a kid in these times not to go to KC and not to go to JC and not to go to Calabar and not to go to, because here's what, those schools are providing them with the kind of opportunities that they want. So their parents are going to move them, even if it means sitting out a year. So, what ISA needs to consider is simply this. Do we want these children, or these kids, these student athletes, or these athlete students to miss a year of competition or not? Here, Michael Garden giving me some clarity. 4 years he sat out. He was from St. Mary's Eyes. Here you go. Because the rule is not what I'm thanks Data Boss for the super thank you man, Super Friday. Big up first super sticker for the Friday. Big up Data Boss. Yeah. Remember, you know, the rule was to stop this. It has not stopped it. Because the parents are still moving their kids, still moving them and say, sit out the year. And I think it hurts the athletes in the long run more. And here's my thing. This is the sporting discipline that Jamaica has had the most success in, track and field. Like this is serious. You know, a year out in track and field sometimes in particular events is probably the worst thing that can happen to you. So the rule has not had the kind of effects that it should have had. I soon get to the field. Oh, me, sure improvement. I have a good thing to talk. I'm going to get to the field issue. The field. I'm going to, in fact, all right. Let's segue into some let me see if I can find this video. Let's see if we can find this video. Let me see if we can. Let's see if we can find this video. Yeah, let's see if we can find this video. I'm going to show you a video. This one says, Rob Simit says, let me get this first. It says, in high school in America, if transfer school within your state, you have to sit out a year. If you come from a different country or state, you don't have to. Okay, all right, good point. Is it really a year out though, since you're training and can't compete at non-high school events? Yeah, but competition is needed as part of your growth. I like what Tom Stranger says. He says it's stopping the youth development process. But people, I don't know if you have ever seen this place before. It's actually in Jamaica. I'm going to show you this. I need to show you this video. Can I do it this way? Okay. Yeah, I think I can show you this way. It is not the best camera angle, but you'll get the gist of it. So let me go to share. I need to share this with you, and then I'm going to have a very important discussion that I want us to share. It is Super Friday. You can send your super stickers, super chats to support the channel in the meantime. All right. So hope you're seeing that. I hope you can see it. All right. Let's see if we can change. Let's remove this from, there you go, producer. Get that off. There you go. All right. So let let me show you this, right? All right. People, suppose I tell you that, oh, leader knows it. That is a field up in Sligoville. Suppose I tell you that that is not being used. Would you believe me? That is the field that was built, I think, by the Chinese. The stadium that was built in Sligoville that is not being used. So, what I want to know is, one, who put it there in a place that it is not needed, or why haven't we found a way to use it? Who made a decision to put a field there? And regardless of which party was in power when it was built, why isn't it being used any at all? That looks like a place, because it has other facilities around it, that the Jamaica Football Federation can seek to acquire, build dormitories around it for a camp in an isolated area for its national teams. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know the area so well. Hey, welcome to I Am Sure Sports.
Yeah, hi. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. Welcome to the
Yeah,
show,
man.
man.
Yeah, man. It's a caller. Look here. I just hear you discussing the Sligoville thing. I just want to put a little 2 cents in it.
Yeah, man.
Um,
Go ahead, Mr. Maxwell.
yeah, wait. Okay, I said caller.
Oh, all right.
Anyway,
Oh, not leader anymore. Caller. Go ahead.
yeah, okay. No, I just saying that and it has a lot of things up there. It has never really been used because it's basically in the middle of nowhere. If you know where Sligoville is, there is no, the community that surrounds it is very small, and it's to reach there. It's really a task from either way, whether you come from Spanish Town end or you coming from the Red Hills end. So it's almost in the middle of nowhere, right? It was put there. To be honest, it could have gone anywhere, but because of, I don't want to get into that aspect, political expediency, it was
But
placed
leader,
there.
didn't you say you don't want to get into that aspect?
Yeah, so what I was saying is that it's actually used from time to time by high school teams. St. Andrew Technical actually had a camp up that time. So they did use the field. And I know it has been used, I think, by the netballers at one stage, so a little, but because of the distance, unless you're going to have like a camp situation at one of the houses nearby. It's really unused because all the seating crystallized and went away and so on. And the field is actually fairly good. But it's not maintained.
Yeah, but why would you maintain it if nobody's using it, though, leader?
No, okay, no, listen, no. If you go to the North Coast, you have another stadium like that, the Trelawney Multipurpose Stadium, but they actually maintain it to a certain degree. This one is not maintained at all. You understand?
Where is that? The Trelawney Stadium is maintained?
It has, hold on, both of them, okay, hold on, let me just make it simple then. Both of them have people that are assigned at the grounds that I think live there so as a respect.
Really?
You understand?
At Trelawney Multipurpose Stadium?
I don't know about somebody living at Trelawney, but I know that there's somebody living at the Sligoville because I have a house at that side, so I know a lot about the Sligoville thing personally. Right?
So do they play competitions on the field in Sligoville? Any competition at all? Major League, Division 1, Primary School League, High School League?
No. I don't remember they even a corner league even play up here, to be honest enough. Never, actually, when I think about it, the only time they use it, I think, basically once a year when you have Emancipation Fest. That's when it's normally used. Otherwise, they're not using that capacity as a sporting field. So most of the sporting things that are there have gone to waste, but that's not here nor there. What should happen is that it's not marketed because during what they should have done or somebody needs to do is that during the times when the schools need somewhere to train, up there is ideal enough. It's ideal. It's away. You can take your football team up there, getting ready for Manning or the Costa Cup, and you have a good sized field where you can train and away from ice. And, it can be done.
So why the JFF can't work with the government to get a long-term lease on the facility and use it as part of their camp? So when you have like your under 15 and your senior team, your under 15 can go there.
But man, to be honest, doesn't the JFF have a facility now that I don't think they need to fix the field that they have now for you? Because I was there.
Here's what I just said. Here's what I just said. There are times when you have two teams that needs to be in camp. Why can't they get that facility, set it up so they can have it? That way they can always have teams in preparation.
Well, man, what I can say is that I think if you go and look inside of the whole facility and what it would cost, it would be probably more suited for the JFF to get another dormitory, right? It makes more sense. What it would cost, how that place has run down, it's a crying shame. If your thing is from the road, but when you go inside and see all of the facilities, there was an academy, that was also up there also. I think it was, the academy closed down to it. The Bells had access to it. Can't remember the name of it right off and now. But they were actually based up there to start while. But that also crashed. I don't know the arrangement that they had, but they were also there. Right? But it's a start, but I think that you need a club. Somebody needs to have a club and take over that ground to maintain it. That's the only way you're going to do it. Right? Because there's no school nearby that can do that. So the next best thing is a club needs to probably take over that thing. I think even at one stage I heard Phoenix was interested. They have clubs that have been interested. But I don't know what the problem is really the final part of getting the place. It might be a similar problem to like Trelawney.
What is the problem with Trelawney?
No. I said it might be because of the cost. They're not going to give you for free, Nobody's not going to make you use the ground for free.
No. All right. So you're saying to me, I'm getting an echo in a leader, but I don't. But let me just. You're saying to me, right?
From me?
Listen to my point. I'm not going out. I'm sticking to one thing. Can't the government of Jamaica, through the Ministry of Sports, and the Jamaica Football Federation look at these facilities, either the one in Trelawney or the one up by Sligoville, as venues where they can continue. Remember, they had received monies, or they will be receiving monies from FIFA for facility upgrade and development. Why not take one of these facilities and start it from there with a 100-year lease? Instead of trying to find the land, which they said that they wanted to do at Frome Sports Ground in Westmoreland, that seemed to have not worked. Why not partner with the government? Because the government have a stake in the Trelawney multi-purpose stadium, and the government must have a stake in Sligoville, why it's not being used any at all since it's built.
Well, look here.
How hard
All
could
I-
that be for somebody to say, Mr. Prime Minister,
seems, Manny,
Ministry of Sports,
idea not
we can receive up to this from FIFA. We can't buy land and all of that. Could we be given a lease from the government for the facility? We'll present it to FIFA and they will release the funds for us to upgrade the facility, because there is already a surface, there is already lighting, so we will need less money to spend on those things, and we will build a world-class facility there.
Well, all I can say is I don't know if you have done your other checks to see that there's an actual cost and maintaining the Trelawney multipurpose stadium.
Yeah, but
do you check? There's
But
a cost
leader,
and it's significant.
there's a
Yes.
cost of maintaining the Captain Horace Burrell Center. But I understand your point.
Yeah, but okay, Manning.
There's
You
a
know
cost of
that-
maintaining the National Stadium. There's a cost of
Yes,
maintaining
of
Sabina
course.
Park.
Yes.
So what is the point you're making?
Do you think the JSF would want to take on that because it's not? It's
So
a
leader,
whole
leader,
facility.
here's what I'm saying, leader. The FIFA gives money. Says FIFA give $1 billion, right? Instead of buying land, which you're going to use up some of your money, starting from the ground, you already have seating, you already have a surface. Why not? Because whatever FIFA give you, you're going to still have to maintain. Whatever the JFF build with the FIFA money, they're going to still have to maintain it. So where
You
are
know-
they going to get the money to maintain what they're going to build from the ground?
You know what I think there's a better thing to do? Okay, let me just make a quick suggestion here. When the JFF went up by you, a lot of this stuff was basic. Some things were there. It was easy to start. There are fields up by UE. It will better serve them to develop and fix up the grass fields. So they have 2 world-class grass fields. And it's easier to monitor and maintain, because once you set a field there, you're going to have to pay for security, 24-hour security, so that people don't come on it and play scrimmage and this and that. And then
Leader, listen what I'm
Yes.
saying. The JFF said they are going to build there are FIFA monies available to build the kind of facility at the Captain Horace Burrell Center across Jamaica. A few years ago, and the president of the JFF, Mr. Michael Ricketts, said that they were in motion to take the Frome Sports Ground that only had a field or a couple of fields around it and build out from there. It never worked out. They never had lighting. They never had lights. Trelawney Multipurpose already have those things. You are trying to say to me that the JFF should take the FIFA money and go and start from the ground at Frome, and instead of continuing where Trelawney is, because there's going to be a cost to maintaining the Trelawney Multipurpose Stadium, which is true. But when they build the Frome or the Frome Center for Excellence, the JFF Frome Center of Excellence, it's still going to cost money. If they go to Clarendon and build it, it's still going to cost money to maintain it wherever they go.
I agree. I know that. But, the other thing with the Trelawney thing too, you're basically going to be taking away the main reason that it was built, and was for cricket, not for football. And that is
Why,
also
one thing,
another
yo, I'm
area.
gonna stop call you. I'm gonna stop call you leader. Me not call you leader again. Tell me
Why?
where you think we should have called you.
Look here. You have to look at what they look here. It's not the first time. I think there was a team that I think wanted to have used that, down there, and there was an issue with it. I can't remember the name of the Tulane team. You understand? You have to look at there are issues. We have people from cricket saying that we use it twice a year, and they have those issues. The best thing they could think of doing is if they want one in the Western Jamaica, try to build out at maybe the Montego Bay United team.
Leader.
I would do that.
Leader. I'm getting a serious feedback, man. Mute when you're not speaking.
Hold on, let me.
Leader.
You still getting the feedback now?
No, leader. You
Okay.
are telling me that the JFF must go and take Arville Powell private facility and build it out instead of approaching the government for a state-owned facility that is not being maintained to build it out? Explain that to me.
One of the things that I remember that was mentioned. Let me just tell you one of the things that was mentioned. I think way back under Jack Warner, when they had mentioned with the fields, and the people wondered how the fields make money when, you want these places to be in built-up areas where it can be used regularly. With the UE field there is that it's starting to be used up more by people putting on the various things and so on. Trelawney multipurpose is still in the middle of almost nowhere again.
What?
You want some? No, listen to me, man. Listen to me.
What?
If you could have a choice, I'm going to ask you something, Manny. If you could have a chance to put something where Arville Powell has his field, right? Okay? Right in the heart, right there. Or even from, hold on, man. Or even from, right? You have to look at that, right? The usage outside of the JFF, because the JFF only going to use it for some very small period.
Leader, you are here telling me that the Trelawney Multipurpose Stadium, when you turn off the same road, if you're coming from Kingston to go to Montego Bay, you take a left and go down there 5 minutes from there.
We're not talking about Kingston, we're talking about the surrounding environment.
So what on the leader now? Leader. You just gave me two options. The Montego Bay Sports Complex, owned by Mobile United and Arville Powell. And Fro.
In a built-up area with a lot of...
So this is what I'm saying. You said that it's a built-up area, so you prefer it over Trelawney. Then you brought up Fro. That is not in a built-up area over Trelawney.
The thing is, when you talk about maintenance, if you can have a correlation with somebody that is going to be helping to maintain it regularly, because look here now, you are talking about having something there. Okay, hold on, let me look at it, man. How many times for the year is the JFF facility up there used that you might have dual camps? How many times for the year? You have to look at that too,
So leader, all right, so you...
the senior team does not camp here. That's the first thing.
Leader, now you're making a point. The point you're making is that will we have enough activities to maximize Trelawney? If you use that excuse, leader, will you have enough activities to maximize the Froome facility?
The Froome facility can be used by a local club also.
So why a local club can't use the Trelawney one?
Just like
So why the same principle, or why a local club can't use the Trelawney one?
Anyway, but I didn't really come on to think that I came on to talk about the Sligoville thing. So I'm not going to have back and forth on that. I just came to give a clarity on the Sligoville. So we're not going to that today. I just thought I came to give some clarity on that when I really want to debate on that one right now, okay?
I'm not debate leader because
but I just know that it makes more sense. No, I'm not. It just makes plain sense. Look here, you know why Sligo will reach where it reach? Because it's in an area that's not built up. It has no unity
But
around there that can, it
but
is
leader,
isolated.
the new
Trelawney is
all right.
also isolated, and
No,
you know
no,
that.
leader. Do you know that? Hold on, leader. Do you know the community that is right at Draxall Country Club, right beside Draxall, built by the Chemtech company? Do you know that it is the same community that is built in Trelawney, where the Trelawney Stadium is?
No, I didn't know that. But let me just give you a quick something here, Manning. That can help you out. Manning,
Do you know,
hold
leader,
on up,
that Jazz
Manning.
and
I
Blues?
just mentioned
Hold on,
Draxall. Hold on, let me just ask.
hold on, leader. Do you know that Jazz and Blues Festival was kept at that stadium as well?
No, I didn't know that. But let me just ask, say one
Because
quick
of how
thing here.
ideal it is.
Hold on now.
Okay.
Manning, who owns the Draxall facility?
Government, the parish council.
Okay. Who plays on that field primarily?
Everybody in a St. Anne play on it primarily.
No. Which Premier League team uses that field and almost maintains that field primarily?
Hey, leader. You
a Draxall with
leader. Then let me answer you, leader. The major league is being played now, and every team, with the exception of Madras and the other team is Beverly, they use that is their home ground. I'm going to get to that. The field is not maintained. There was a time when Mr. Gould wanted to get the lease so he could do it. I'm going to get to it. But the field, they pay their lease or their rent to the St. Anne FA, who has the lease from the parish council to run the facility, and the St. Anne FA are to maintain the field, not Mount Pleasant.
No, hold on. I'm going to ask you again now. Listen carefully what I'm asking you. Listen carefully what I'm asking you now, Manning. I will do my check and call you back. Does Mount Pleasant, listen up, does Mount Pleasant assist in maintaining the Draxall
facility? Just tell you what happened. So Mount Pleasant,
no, apart from, go again.
Mount Pleasant pays the St. Anne FA. Mount Pleasant is not responsible for getting that field cut or marked or irrigated or watered. It is the St. Anne FA, because they are tenants of the St. Anne FA. So when you rent a house, leader, you can clean out the room, you know.
No, actually, yes, but actually, is the landlord supposed to deal with the painting and thing of the place?
Exactly.
I'm not supposed to maintain it.
Exactly. So Mount Pleasant don't need to do it.
But do they do it at all? I keep asking, do they do it at all? They do.
You tell me when you see Mount Pleasant. Tell me when. When have you seen?
No. Man, is this no? I can check and get my info and come back. But you see, when you try ambush me that way,
all right, no.
I'm not waiting.
All right, check and get the info and come back. And check it, return.
But hold on, one thing, they can also look at something here. That field, I know that Draxall field has gone up. The standard where Draxall used to be 10 years ago, that's not how Draxall is now. Is that a fact?
Of course, the field was upgraded.
Why has it been upgraded? Isn't it because that somebody else is using it?
Yeah. All right. So you want to know what happened? Why it was upgraded? Because at the beginning of the process, leader, Mr. Gould was of the impression that it could be exclusively for Mount Pleasant, and the second field other teams would play on it. So he started the process of upgrading it, because his intention was, listen, this is going to be our main stadium. We will fix the second field so that all the other competitions can play over there, and we would exclusively play on the main field at Draxall. He realized midway the process that that's not going to happen, because the owner of the facility or the operator of it says, listen, you cannot determine who plays on this field. If you want to fix it, you can. But no matter what you put up over here, you can't tell us that we can't have sports day over here for primary schools like they're having today, and like they had last week and the week before. So every sports day Well, let me get to it now because this is what I wanted to talk about. Every sports day for the primary schools in Senton, for the most part, are kept at Draxall on the main field, even today,
Mm.
because Mr. Gould cannot tell
Okay,
them.
okay, man. As I said, that's what I was waiting. Because what you did say, I did know that Mount Pleasant did put in some assist. I didn't know that it had reached that they had stopped. But what I'm saying is that when you have a private individual working in conjunction with you, it's easier to do that sort of maintenance. Because Draxall Field never looked like that years ago. That was a cow pasture, literally.
Hey, leader,
You understand?
leader. Go and get the information and come back, man. Because
Anyway,
you move from JFF can't.
no, what I'm saying is that the JFF having a field all on the other side of the island, for them to maintain that field, right?
So
what is
leader,
going to cost?
leader, let me ask you. So
Yes.
only town alone field can maintain?
No, but I said if you're going to do it where like with if where I mentioned because you have a football team and you have a school team that would use it. Stets. I could use Stets then. Stets. I could work in conjunction with Stets and come to an agreement there.
Why?
The facilities are there. If I
But
add something to them, it's just like you.
The facilities at the Trelawney Multipurpose Stadium better than Stets. I don't understand what you say.
Okay, well, look here. Look at it this way. Sligoville has at the field that is there. It can be upgraded. No land. But it is in the middle of nowhere. Trelawney's multipurpose is in the middle of nowhere.
Listen, the place is 1 minute away from Falmouth. Or 5 minutes away from Falmouth. Let me not exaggerate.
I'm trying to remember because I used to be at Trelawney quite regular and I'm trying to 5 minutes, you say?
5 minutes from Falmouth and 10 minutes from
Montego Bay. I'm not going to drive with you, man.
Eh?
I'm not going to drive with you then, Guys, from Falmouth, you can reach here in 5 minutes.
From Clark?
Hold on.
Of course,
hold on. Burwood Beach is 5 minutes away from Falmouth.
Listen, let me tell you, Weary. You know when you pass glistening waters, my brother?
I know, yes.
Leader, let me
I'm just saying that's not far anyway, but the fact is still in the middle of nowhere.
Leader, what is in it? Hey, leader, go and get your information and return there, man.
Manins, you hear me?
Anyway, later, Manins.
All right, big up. Shavad is here. Yeah, big up, Shavad. Welcome to the show. Sorry about that.
Yeah, man, that's okay, man. I was consuming some food anyway. All right, so I hear leader keep pointing to the fact that the Trelawney Multipurpose Stadium is in the middle of nowhere. I would like for him to do a check on where, I know I shouldn't compare, but do a check on where Bayern Munich's Allianz Arena, how far it is from Bayern Munich's actual training base. Far, Manins. I'm going to say far, it's almost like you can literally take a plane and go there, It's nowhere near the training facility, So it being in a desolate area is not an excuse. I just think it's laziness in some part, because I have always said that I don't agree with the activities that go on at National Stadium, because I think it damages the field. And as we just said about Draxall a while ago, I would have never known that they might use it for sports day as well. So you can just imagine if a game is going to be played there weekend.
Exactly, sir. So all right, so Shavan, and this is the issue I have with fields. This is why your surface is not going to get better. Because here's what. A lot of the surfaces are, a lot of the sporting facilities are actually owned by the state. The parish councils operate them for the most part, except the privately, of course, the ones that a private person buy land and build, right? So when you have that, and like a Mount Pleasant who don't have their own surface, uses Draxall, they cannot tell the parish council not to let, say Ocherous Primary or Senans Bay Primary use the field. The parish council can stop them from using it and say only Mount Pleasant. But the parish council knows that if it does that, it is also losing its influence in the said community that they are, which is a problem that Mount Pleasant is having. So what they have done, remember Mount Pleasant was building, covering at Draxall, It has stopped because if they spend if they spend 1 billion US, the parish council through the FA can tomorrow say, we're having sports day over here. We're going to play a rugby game because, like Unseen shaded pictures, they have rugby that play on the second field. The, the, the schools, Ochi High School plays there, though there's a field in Ochi. Marcus Garvey Technical High School plays there, though there's a next field close by. The Steertown Academy plays there, though there's a field up in Steertown. Brownstown High School sometimes plays down there, though they have Addison Park.
There's a lot of games and a lot of activities on the
All
one
the high
field.
schools play, when they have prep school competition, it is the primary field. When they have business house, it is the primary field. Any major sporting day, if they don't use Ultimate Sports Center, which is privately owned, it is normally at Draxall. So how then can Mount Pleasant invest money to upgrade it?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of tacky. Are there games being played at Mount Pleasant, at Draxall on the weekend?
No, they're playing at. I think they're playing at Mobile Monday Night Football.
No, okay, thank cool because if it ever rains today, and then pretty they have sports day, you know when the ball can play upon that Sunday.
There you go. But even without that, spikes and all of those things, and you know, and listen, I understand the situation. You know, I am by no means. I am by no means saying that they must stop the people. What I am saying is that let Mount Pleasant upgrade Draxall and the government use some of the least money to upgrade one of the other surfaces or one of the other, because there's a field in the center of Ocherius town that one of the hotels put up lighting and all of that. It has everything. Games can play there at night. They could resurface that, you know. It is properly fenced, basketball, all of those things. They could just say, okay, give exclusive usage to Mount Pleasant. And when our big competitions get to semifinals and finals, they can have a big event. They can have the big games at Draxall. But while in season, Mount Pleasant. Out of season, we can have other events. But we're going to take some of the money that they are paying us for lease to fix those facilities. Bam. I think that is a way to do it.
It's again, it goes back to proper like improper management because I mean, as I don't understand because you remember the interview where the coach did management when he made the point saying that we live in a country where it shouldn't be an issue to grow grass.
Yeah.
But yet still we have issues. Like, is it that they don't care? 'Cause honestly, you know, I just have a feeling that I care them not care, you know. Not my honest opinion, you know. My honest opinion, I just think it's a key thing of they don't value football to that nature. Because you remember the time when the National Stadium wasn't, when they had denied the Jamaica, they never allowed fans into the stadium, but then they allowed the persons for Gibson.
Yep. Yeah.
I remember the picture that, I don't remember if it was the Observer or the Gleaner, the picture that they posted, and you could see the contrast in the different sporting events. When you look at the track looked pristine, clean, clear, pretty. But when you look at the football field, manins, brown patch here, so dirt there, so. And I'm saying that this is the respect for them for football, so. But again, I fresh got to have the conversation, man. So I wonder if the JFF couldn't like work with like a few of the clubs them, will have them own stadium. Like for example, like a Arnett, right? Help work with Arnett to help fix up their facilities. So when like the national team is playing, instead of you spend all of the money for rent the national stadium, you could have that be used at Arnett Garden so that those proceeds can be used to even develop a club stadium in Jamaica. Is that possible?
Here's my issue. I think that the JFF, like, I wouldn't necessarily have the JFF work with Arnett Gardens. I think the JFF, if the JFF, like I said, for example, if the government says, listen, every now and then we'll have something that we want to keep at the Trelawney Multipurpose Stadium, but we're going to lease it to you, right? So you can upgrade it and you have a 100-year lease. But in the event that we have something, we can. And they could even say, listen, when there are major competitions in Trelawney, you could have it there. I think that is better for them. And I'm going to tell you why. The thing with Arnett Gardens, it is the same issue. Because Charlie Smith plays their games at Arnett Gardens. So to Trench,
But
well, there's no more Trenchstone High.
but I
Yeah,
think what Arnett has been doing recently, which I think is good, the feel that Charlie Smith has in their school, Arnett has really developed that feel. I'm not sure if you went to Arnett recently. The feel over
yeah, man, I
there,
know that. So they train over there, but which is
yeah,
what I'm saying. Which is what I'm saying. It's better you leave that. Leave Mobile United to Mobile United. They can work with the state, but if FIFA gives money, FIFA is not giving it for you to get into a private venture. FIFA
oh,
is getting it
understood.
with more like ownership and the federation itself. So it has to be federation led. That is why, like I said, up at UWI, it is a long-term lease they have with UWI on the facility because the land is not the GFF own. It's not like they can take the UWI land. UWI did not sell them that land.
Hmm. Okay. So the JFF is basically paying rent on that land.
Lease, I
Lease,
mean,
yeah,
you
lease,
can
lease,
get
lease,
like,
yeah, yeah,
and
lease, yeah.
you can get like a 100-year
Or 100
lease.
year lease, yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
like yeah.
Honestly, I don't agree with that, Like them have the facility in the university, To be honest, I wish they had built it somewhere else, but I guess location is a factor. But I mean, went up there for the first time the other day, me and military, and
Yeah.
I like up there. I like the environment. The feel, the natural grass feel that they have. I can see that they have been doing work compared to pictures. It still needs some work as well, but I still can't understand, Mannings, why we still have this debate. Like, why feel like everywhere in the world, people are realizing that in order for your football to improve, you need to have a good field. No country in the world that's
Hey,
successful
Shaban.
has a bad field.
All right, so
None.
Shaban, let me tell you this. All right. So for the people who know some of these things, you want me to tell you some of the surfaces in Jamaica that most times you go there, it is well grassed. It means that they seem to get more rain than other places. Frome is one. Anybody who has ever gone to Frome back in the days of Reno, people always complain that whenever they went there, the field was wet. Westmoreland seemed to, where the Frome ground is, they never have an issue with grass on the surface. It's just now you need to make sure that it is level and all of that, right? So you have Frome. Christopher Wright knows this field called, you used to have like Kirkvine and those places, but Brooks Park is one of those other surfaces. I'm telling you. The Trelawney Multipurpose Stadium is also like that. That what they need is really care. They just really need. So if we're looking for, like, I believe that the national team could train at the Trelawney Multipurpose Stadium.
Purpose Stadium. So they have their camps there, basically,
Have their
train there.
camps there.
And when they're playing
There you
games, they
go.
just transfer over to the
There,
national stadium.
there you go. Remember that one of the universities were in some discussion with the government to take over the facility, To
Yeah, I
have
remember.
I
I
think it
remember
is
that.
UTech or one of those places to have like a Western campus. So there is that option.
Again,
And
man, is
there's
money.
the field that the Brandon Murray field that Sporting Central
Well, they used to
used to
use
play on back in the days. That's
Brandcourt.
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 Yeah.
Like that field was immaculate. That field was. The other day, it was the other day. Me and Fresh was talking, and I asked him about it, and he was saying that he not sure what happened to the field either. Cause I remember when he used to watch games on that field, it was like, yo, this field is it's
Oh,
there.
Fresh God say Brancourt is no more.
It's no more.
Yeah.
Sure. Ah, wow, that's bad.
So another one bites the dust.
Yeah, just like all the Juicy Patty Oval as well. I remember they used to have the field was. Cause I remember one time Daka Cup was using it on a continuous
Yeah.
cycle as well and damage it. Why is it that? Why Jamaicans have that tendency to do manage, man? Is it something written in Jamaican football law? When we find one good field, we use it until it no good again, then we dash it.
All right. You see, me tell you, here's one of my pet peeves with Jamaicans. We don't care for things. Like, you see, if a Jamaican go into a place and see a brand new bathroom, them vex. They don't try to cure it and say, boy, new thing build up, let's take care of it. Them try to a mash man for mash up this. So when they're going listen, Mount Pleasant did a lot of work at Draxal, but we have a caller. Let me just take the call at Draxal. Let me just give it. But let me take this caller. Welcome to the show. You're live on I Am Sure Sports. Caller, we're not hearing you.
Yes, man.
Yeah, man, we're hearing you now, loud and clear. Welcome to the
Yeah,
show.
man. I just want to point me and make.
Yeah, man, go
Yes,
ahead.
respect. I just want to point me and make. Yeah, about the feeling. You know, it's a nice feeling to our grand leader Bracco.
Bracco. That a Trelawney, them no name.
Yeah, man.
They no name
Trelawney
Bracco
same way.
again.
Yeah, over the hotel one.
Yeah.
Yeah, over the hotel one.
Yeah, man, right at the
Yeah,
front. Yeah, man, I play
back in the
game.
days.
Yeah, man, nice.
Yeah, man. Back in the
The
days.
Reggae Boys used to camp
Yes,
there one
back in the
time.
days.
The Reggae Boys used to
You see
camp
camp
there.
there back in the days.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, back in the days. Yeah, that's one nice feel. That was just my little point. I was trying to make you know.
Yeah, that's true. That's a
Yeah, man.
nice feel right there, Cause the Reggae Boys used to camp at Bracco, and use that field right at the front there. Very nice surface.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. All right.
Yeah, man. All right, respect caller. Yeah.
All right, Mannings. So based on what the caller just said, so it is possible for us to have good fields in Jamaica. So is it that
Yes.
we don't? Because I know we can. It was just a rhetorical question. Because when the other day when I got Moby, I'm look on the golf course, even at the middle of the drought, what them say what they have. When I look on the golf course, I was like, wow, that pretty. So what is it that the owners of the, as what you say, the persons who are in charge of the fields, they tend to not want to maintain them because you could see that with Catherine the other day. But is it that they don't find it important? They don't see it as a necessity for the development of our football?
You know what?
Because even JC, all right, look on JC, my alma mater. You know, I love JC. JC are the greatest thing. But I am disappointed so much in their field. And I know the reason why they feel bad. And the track and field.
Yeah, I think I hear that they're going to upgrade the JC fields though. I don't know when, but I hear there are plans to do some work on it. But we have a caller, Chevron, so let's take the call and then we get back to you. Welcome to the show. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, man. How are you doing, sir?
I am doing well, Calabar not doing so well, Manning's not doing so well, but I am giving thanks.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. In regards to the playing fields in Jamaica, obviously, as Siobhan said, it's not that we don't know how to care for it or how to do it. The best fields will always be managed by private entities. Always. For various reasons, the other entities will not be able to properly manage, properly maintain, properly care for a football pitch. You have also touched on one of the ways to build and maintain the football pitches. When the Reggae Boys come into the country, make those football pitches where they train on. Hence, the private owners are getting free advertisement for their facility.
Yeah.
So it has to be a private facility, or if it's on government land, the company that owns it, that maintains it, has to be a private company,
Right.
or else
Private
there's
lease.
just a
There.
lack of, yes, it has to be a public-private partnership, or else there will be a lack of incentive to manage the facility at a top-notch level.
Yeah.
Catherine Hall is one of those things. Catherine Hall should be owned by the government because it was given to the government, but the maintenance and running and generating revenue of that facility needs to be in a private company's hands.
Which is the problem. One part of the problem we have is that the major sporting facilities in our country are all government owned.
There you go.
There's no big private stadium in Jamaica, you know. I mean,
Exactly.
the closest thing to anything like that is probably Harbour View.
Yes.
And I
Yes.
mean,
That,
games are not even being played there. So, say Catherine Hall, the government should, like I said, give a 100-year lease to somebody.
with standards, goals, and parameters that they have to make on a yearly, bi-yearly basis, and with a minimum amount of events that they have to host. So you don't just get it and you just a song. You get it and they say, okay, we're gonna do every 6 months, we're gonna come there and check your field, make sure you're maintaining it good and everything else. If you say you don't have money to maintain it, you need to sell this thing because we gave it to you to maintain it, and you can make the profit off it. So this is what you don't have stage show and dancehall show of six straight weekends and then try to hold a football game because that's the bad sports entertainment business. You have to have a private entity owning the field. To me, the biggest waste of one is Trelawney.
I am telling you,
Right
man,
by the
it's a disgrace, man.
Hold on. When anybody said Jamaica don't have facilities, they just need to point their finger at that every time because that should have a stadium both for cricket, track and field, football, because it has the land and the space to hold it all.
It is. And I'm talking about, when we say government, we're talking about both the government in general, everybody, both political parties and the new ones that are being built and the ones that have died out.
Yes.
You are telling me Usain Bolt being from Trelawney, you have not changed that to the Usain Bolt Stadium, and before he retired, find a way of putting even a 4-lane track in there to have a big sporting event. In fact, do you know that Western Relay, for example, I'm showing you the lack of vision, because the Catherine Hall Stadium is out. The Western Relay has been held at GC Foster College.
Yes.
Wait, hold on. The Western Relays is being held in the central part of Jamaica.
Yes.
Absolutely, yes.
In fact, do you know that Ocherius High, schools like Marcus Garvey, Fern Court, they participate in Central Champs. There should be another Champs for those schools because there should be a stadium, and there's no. That's what I'm saying. The Trelawney Stadium could even host track and field. Area. Yes.
Yeah, should cover the northern, and so there should be a northern zone that have a meet there and a western zone.
Yeah, you have Cedric Titus. You have your William Nib. Yeah, your York Castle, your Westwood, your
Green Pond and all them. They won't have to travel that
your Hildas, your Ochi High, your Discovery Bay High, your Fern Court. Are you on all of those schools?
Yeah. Management, the thing that every time, love the country, every time we travel in, and I said, do people not realize that every time you pass Trelawney and you drive to Trelawney, the most famous Jamaican of this current generation, there is not even a sign that says Home of Usain Bolt. William Nib on there. There's not even a sign. There's not even somewhere for you to pull over, sell 2 peanuts, and take picture.
There should be a statue of Usain right at the border, right at the border, Trelawney.
Right at the border, take the picture, put it right by the same. A private entity could go in there and do that and make money
Right
on
at
it,
William Nib,
don't let me try.
right at William Nib High School. So when you're up on the highway, help on William Nib, you
Yeah,
have something with a
yeah.
big Usain Bolt right there. So, but Mannings man,
Just put
it
on
goes back to what me said before. Jamaicans don't respect sports because even champs itself, champs have it, it have it. But think about it. Just imagine if the US had. All right, look at the NCAA basketball tournament, March Madness. Look how much hype that gets. Compare. Now, if I say like, why we don't respect sports that much? In America, you have LeBron James, before the man retired, the man said his biggest dream is to own a basketball team. You know our football them want a football team in Jamaica right now, based on current based on football run.
Sheva, let me give you something. Tell me where the Usain Bolt Stadium is located.
Yui.
Which UA?
Yeah, but check up there.
Yeah, man. The stadium, the track and field stadium up by you is named after Usain Bolt.
Right,
Okay,
it's right below the JFF Center of Excellence.
Where he, at
Okay,
the racers facility, you would say, yeah, it's named after
right.
Usain Bolt.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm gonna go let you back with the question again. Where's Usain Bolt Stadium located? Bridgetown, Barbados.
Wait, what?
If you look up, there's a Usain Bolt Stadium in Bridgetown, Barbados. Barbados respect the man as a Caribbean man and put a stadium there that the man probably been to 2-3 times in life, and they understand the business and commercial value of doing that.
Jamaica don't understand business. Jamaica don't understand when it comes on to
Yeah,
marketing.
there is one in Jamaica still. So what they have in Barbados is it at the Academy of Sports at Kayville, which is same UWI. It is the same.
Yes,
it is
correct.
Usain Bolt Sports Complex. So what happened is that both of those, it's a UWI Usain Bolt partnership. So
so they have
the Kayville campus have it.
And the Mona campus has it as well.
Yeah, and the Mona campus have it as well.
Well, okay, that would explain.
Yeah,
that would explain. No, but if somebody doesn't step up and take it in the next 5 years, you know what's gonna happen? I'm gonna say a Chinese company go through the private partnership, build it up, charge a whole heap of money, and then make a whole heap of money. No, but Jamaicans go there to go China. Why did I ever do that for? Yeah, they thought it right. It should have been a public-private partnership for a long time. At bare minimum, just put it as a bare minimum. Make the light solar, put a solar light, have the thing, a little statue, a little thing, all my Usain Bolt. Just like your little sign, done. You make
But as you say a while ago, still the probability and then the same Jamaicans them gonna go mash it up. Realistic.
Yeah.
We have to be realistic.
Listen, Carla, I have been to places that are newly built, and I see man going there. Yo, I lose man to brand new bathroom facilities I've seen, and man because yo. All them man that what kind of man set up them bathroom nice. Look what man I use a mash man to mash up them a place and call them a team, a idiot team. I'm mash up the people in bathroom. You know. Like there's that. I don't know if it happens globally, but I know in Jamaica people mash up things because they're new. And that is part of what needs to change. I think the people, like some of the damages in some of our sporting facilities, it's just people not caring.
You know why? People don't mash up something that they don't think them own. So if you don't think you own it, they're like, it's somebody else, let me mash it up. But if they think them own and they can't get benefit of it.
Yeah, get that. Understand. Just like man, I had a question on the caller, seeing that you're in the US. I know that most of the new MLS stadiums that are being built, they have to get the city pays for a large portion of the
they give them bonds and they have to prove it, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
What does because I know it's not just the football games that are kept there. to generate income for the stadium itself.
Uh-huh.
What is there any other activities that are kept there to generate income?
Yes, so typically MLS season runs from March till November. And
Yeah.
then at the back end of November, they run the American football, let's say what they call the bowl games or the high school championships are typically held in November and December. They get additional revenue out of that. Then when the teams are away and out of the area for this late December, January, concert venue. So what they're using for concert venues is not teams need to actively be on the field. It's really when the field is maybe regenerated and they'll hold 3 or 4 massive events and get the revenue there. But all the MLS stadiums, the land is usually old or leased to the city, and then it's a private company that owns it, and they're maximizing the revenue based on their use on the facility. So let's say MLS team, 9 months times 30 days, 270 days. Their job is to have that facility be productive and money making 200 days. So they have a crew that can convert that in, whether it's for football, rugby, or whatever. They can convert, maintain the grass as much as possible. That's because it's a private entity. It's there to make money.
Yeah. All right,
That's
Carlos.
how the MLS stadium can get money.
Yeah, man. All right, thanks for your time. Always good, getting your thoughts when you call in.
No problem, sir.
Yeah, man. Bless up. All right. We have Mr. Rudolph Speed who has joined the show. Speed Paul. Have you been hearing the discussion about surfaces and field and what the JFF could do to probably partner with FIFA and take over some of these facilities? Mr. Speed, don't know if you have, but I'll get you up to speed. We have Siobhan Peart as well. But I know one of the topics that I have is 150,000 giveaway, right? So we're giving away, there will be 150,000 Jamaican dollars for a coach, an offer. You're going to hear about that program on a show that we're doing, a very special show at 6:30. If you are a coach in Jamaica that wants to do the B license, there is going to be made available to you. Check it out later. You'll hear a little bit more about it. 150. You couldn't want more than that to do your course. Everything paid in full. I don't even know. You understand me? But Mr. Speed will have to be here to tell us, when is the next B license and all of that. So that is going to be there. All right. Mr. Speed, have you been listening? Welcome to the show. Good afternoon. Have you been listening?
No, I haven't been listening, but I have my opinion on fields, and it's very, very simple. It is more important for us to be playing a lot of football at a younger age and actually try to get a wide field of players playing, coached by quality coaches, and don't leave any talent behind at the younger age. That to me is the key to start. Also, one of the things is that when you learn in the game, and you players are so enthusiastic that they really just want to play. You can use smaller strips of field that is easier to be kept in better condition when you're playing small-sided games. So it is good to just make sure that all our youths are playing regardless of where you have to play them. Don't matter where, if it's school, is on dirt, or is on we call it concrete. Just what I think one of the main things why we're lacking, why we don't have those finesse players anymore, is because when you was growing up, man, you could see scrimmage playing every single where. We call that type of football when it's not unsupervised. How's that name? We call it unsupervised. We call it football unsupervised.
You can use that term. Go ahead.
Right. So
Argo ball, basically Argo ball.
Right. So that was the football that made. So every corner you go to in those times, football was being played, and there was talent, just skills, amazing skills coming out of that type of football activity because of a number of factors. One, it's unsupervised, right? So most time when you get away from a player, like a bigger, stronger player, is because you're skillful. Because because he really want to hurt you, because there's no referee and there's nothing. So you get to start to understand how to survive, start to understand how to be cheeky, you start to understand how to beat players and protect yourself at the same time. You start agility, thinking, all of those come out in those unsupervised games. So that is why we need to go back to more. And I wish somebody would just walk around with 100,000 ball and just drop one in every community. That will help me immensely, because then more people will be playing and you have more to choose from.
But Mr. Speed,
Yes.
I think Shavan, I remember from Saturday.
Yeah, man.
I think one of the biggest factors because me and my friend them always have a conversation there. The youths of these times, their heads are elsewhere. It's like when we grew up, the love of football we have, 3 o'clock can't come, even for the summer, in the boiling hot sun, the parents of we are run with, beg with for coming out the house, running down with belt. That's not there anymore. Because I think even the FIFA president had alluded to that as well. We're losing our kids to technology. So when you look, if you ask a kid if he rather stay home and play FIFA on him game, and go out go play football, he might go stay out, be my same, I prefer to play in game. So it's just that we have to do what we need to do to get the kids back in, get the kids their interest back in actually playing football. And I think that's one thing that they did in America with basketball. Because the same AAU tournaments that they have, they've made it insensitized. They made it more attractive to the kids. So the same you can use the same social media. So the same tournaments. When the kids go and they perform well at those tournaments, they blow up on social media. So meanwhile we are feeding their social media appetites, they're being developed as well. They're getting the eyes on them. So we have to try to fit with the times, because right now the way that it's being done, it's not really fruitful, and it's we can see it being affected. We can see our kids being affected. I'm not sure on your point on that.
Right.
Let me just say this, Mr. Speed. I think the new thing is that, well, I agree with Trevor, but I think chapology has taken over Jamaica. You understand me? Chapology has infiltrated the culture and the minds of the youth. But here's what I believe, and I have the ideal person. This is one of the top persons in the States in futsal. I think if we can get like our 6 to 12 years old, like I said, playing football, even futsal, where they can develop those close skills, I think it would help to begin to have futsal competitions regularly right across Jamaica. Because what I love about the States is that they have in every state, in every community, thousands and thousands of kids playing. The more kids play, is the better it's going to be. Yeah, chopology is really, I'm talking about chopping, Stefan, right? It's not really. I'm talking about chopping. I didn't want to say chopping. I just said chopology. Just bear with me, Stefan, right? Nobody beat me for the new word. You know, it's just don't bother beat me. But while that is true, Mr. Speed, I think I was basing my argument on this. I showed a video of the Sligoville field that is unused and
I was
built up.
coming back to the field, though, you know. But
And
I was
then,
just saying, yeah.
okay,
I was
go
coming
ahead.
to the field. I was just saying that.
Manning,
Let me just Speed finish and then you run on Ketara, because him same never finish. So let him finish and then you run on. All right, go ahead, Mr. Speed.
Maybe he was going to help me. So, I mean, I don't mind him.
no, I was asking a question before we went to the field, somewhere where you went to, and you spoke to Chopology, but I think I don't want to broad brush young people, right? Because there's still a significant amount of young people that go to church and involved in church activity. There's still a significant amount of them who are in police youth clubs, etc., and do other activities. The real issue is what I call the dolly business. Now, at one point, the dolly them, the young girl them, would take on to what they call season. So track season, them they were the track athletes and football Manning Cup season. But now they are with the Axio and the Markex and the Crown. So they don't really see in our local domestic football any of our footballers having the trappings of earning any sort of, not even wealth, but any sort of real earnings. And so they don't look at it as a viable stream.
Makes sense. But Cataract, but not everything can be towards that, because remember a lot of persons would have been, remember back in the days, the season girl them. Why? But I me say a while ago. The girls them that are attracted to the players during a particular time of the year, it's all about hype. Nowadays, when you look at football, all right, for example, Mr. Richards, look at the hype that followed him. Because one of my belief, one of the reasons why I believe the Trinidad game the other day had so many persons there was because of him. Because I can remember when he came off the field, you saw persons leaving. So it's all about hype. So it's not, I know money is important, a lot of persons want to have financial backing, but if players have that following, persons, when they go on their Instagram, they have a large following, that can be motivation. Players go out on like a Saturday, so every weekend they have a tournament, they have a big tournament, and then players are highlighted. That can be a draw as well to them.
All right. So let's get back.
Just to go back. So fields is very, very important, but one of the main things we need to get more people. So the JFF plan for fields at this point in time, and we're working with FIFA. That is why we have a technical center, which is still underused at this point. Very much underused, because the synthetic track, you could use it, every hour of the day. I've seen other synthetic track in other communities that people use it every hour of the day. Problem is that, a lot of people who want to use it would have to travel a lot of distance because it is in one location in Jamaica. So the JFF plan is really to have 4 of those across Jamaica, right? So they are nearer to the public who wants to use these facilities. And of course, we work with FIFA on that one. Right now, we're working with another location within a 30-acre piece of land, trying to talk to the government. As soon as that is there's some allocation, as everybody knows. FIFA has an allocation for all the national association, so that money is earmarked to work on another one. And we're trying to get 4 across the island. We're very close last year to securing a property in Westmoreland, but that one actually fell through, and it didn't get to go. So and what we want, this other piece of property that we're looking at is 30 acres. So you're gonna talk about maybe 8, 9, 10 fields. Our field is 2 acres of land. So that is the type of amount of fields we're looking at having at this other facility that we're working on right now. So, but we would not have enough money to go and fix everybody's field. Let me just say that up front. We will not have enough money to go and work with persons who have their own lease arrangement, and the JFF doesn't have an interest in it. It would not be smart for us. Eventually, in the long run, if we start to make a lot of money, we could be looking at doing 1 field in each parish. But that is a kind of a long-term effort. The effort is in the medium term is to have 4 facilities of what we have there now, right across Jamaica, so people can work and play on those. So that is where we are. Did you hear that, Malinsman?
But Mr. Speedy, I would like to ask a question. And I don't ask it straight. In England, the largest FA in the world, they have 1 facility at St. George's. 1 single dege facility that they manage well. And the economies of scale in terms of security and groundsmen, etc., are there to keep the maintenance costs down. Why would a small island like Jamaica have 4 facilities rather than developing 1 really good facility, multiple playing surfaces, a large enough hotel or motel, if you want to put it that way, that can house maybe 2 teams at minimum at a time.
Right.
Why did we just focus on one and do one thing very well?
No, but it's a easy. It's not a hard question to answer. Let me tell you what. Right across England, you have so many fine, good surfaces that people could practice on. If a national team in England want to borrow any surface in England, I'm sure it wouldn't be a problem and it would be good enough. In Jamaica, because our social economic background, people just don't have, can't travel to if anywhere in Jamaica we had one facility, people couldn't afford to travel there, right? True. The truth is, a facility of that type, when we look at the other facility that runs well in the world, we're talking about the one that France have. There's no minute that somebody's not on it, Somebody's always on it training, Remember, the JFF is just custodians of those fields. They are for the people who are, we are just custodians of the fields. They are for the interest groups in the country. So nobody from Westmoreland would travel to come to Kingston to train on the pitch there. They would prefer to train on Stone Down at Westmoreland because the cost is just too great. So if we really want to have that type of activity and improve our stock of players to play on good surfaces, we saw that as a technical area where we have to help. And that is why we decided to build 4. So we have them right across the island, so people don't have to travel so far, so expensive to participate in a national environment. So that
let me ask a question on that, Ketara. So what I'm saying, instead of, so when you went to UWI, when the JFF went to UWI, there were certain things. The surfaces the field was already cut out, though they turned it into the AstroSurf, but there was already
No. As we met that first field, it wasn't. The JFF met the first field that was there. You understand?
Oh, so there was no field where it was built?
No, there was no field.
But at least the place was like set up. So no, my thought is, say, and FIFA funded that from beginning to where it's at now, which is good. So let's move to a place like, let's use the Trelawney multi-purpose stadium, right? Which maybe if you're going to build 4, that would be ideal for your North Coast, even people from the West. It's a good melting pot, a good meeting place right there off the highway. Is there an arrangement that the JFF could strike with FIFA and the government of Jamaica where you get a 100-year lease on that present facility and you build out the other things because it already has lighting, it already have seating capacity, it has already had a surface, it has parking, and it has enough space around it to build a couple other surfaces, and then that becomes a second.
Yes, it could be. Remember, I told you, we were right on the verge of getting a piece of land in Westmoreland. We were like just to sign off now, and just as soon as we were almost there, there was an issue with the land, and the government shut it down for a while, so we didn't get to sign up because we were ready to build. So now, we identify our next piece of land. I'm not at liberty to say where it is, people. But we have our next piece is a 30 acre, and we're trying to sign off on it for lease. So once we get that long lease, we're gonna build a facilities there. We also have most of the money some of the money, or probably at least half of the money to try and build that facilities there. So, but our idea, if we can get 4 around the country, we'll feel happy. Yes, somebody just type it here. One of the reasons why we have to get 4 too, because it's not like, if it were you were in England and the train service is good, you could just travel 200 miles on the train in a 2 hour, 2.5 hour, and reach where you go, and come on train and go back, in the evening, because it wouldn't be an issue just to get a train ride and go back. For you to travel from Westmoreland is like 4 or 5 hours. You say the difference infrastructure just not good, and we're just in a different environment. I mean, you could travel from Birmingham to London. How much minutes? Cataract, you know better than me.
Minutes from Birmingham to where in a minute?
On the fast train, like an hour.
Mr. Speed, I had an idea one time. If it's ridiculous, you can let me know. my idea was pertaining to like the same training facility that you were mentioning, having one or two in each county. So Cornwall, Middlesex, and Surrey. So you'll have the elite players from each county going to their respective training facility.
Correct.
So that would I think that would be better, so that you could have the players in a close-knit environment. Even the same dormitory, you could build that as well, so they can camp in. They can move. They can go to their schooling from there as well. Even set up like online classes as well. Because we see that possibility is there as well. But because I agree with you, having one main, I don't think it will be feasible for Jamaica, because the travel will be too much on our players. I remember these training facilities are not for adults; they're for kids. So having one in each county would be more feasible, in my belief.
All right. Let me take these comments. Mannings, has the JFF looked into getting any of the 5,000 plus acres of land in Greater Bernard Lodge development, public-private project the government is embarking on? All right, Mr. Speed, just keep that in mind.
Let me just say no, it's not there. And it's too near to Kingston anyway. So it wouldn't spread it out properly.
Duckland says, Mr. Speed, I have a link for a perfect spot in St. Thomas. I feel very suspicious. about that from Duckland still, you know. I don't know Duckland. I don't trust that.
You think I capture land? You think I capture?
Manning, that's what you call topology. That's what you call topology.
Gunners boss, I don't think Phoenix have an academy. I don't think Phoenix have like an academy headquarters. Or I don't know. If they do, somebody can, but I don't know that they do. But Duckland is saying that he's serious. Finally, he's serious about something. But Mr. Speed, have you ever considered, like in the same way you can lease land, like you mentioned, leasing an already established facility, because that would probably require less money to build out, like from the ground up, but instead upgrade. Like, for example, for you to build, I don't know how much I find it hard to believe that you'd get enough resources to build a stadium that like with seating like what is in Trelawney. So would it be easier to lease that, so you already have a stadium that you can even play competitions, JFF competitions on? Just like in Sligoville.
Yeah. You're kind of talking about two different things, A training facility and a competition facility is really two different. If we try to build a competition facility, we'll use up all our money and don't get nowhere.
No, man, I'm talking a training facility that you can play. You under 15, you can bring in the JFF, can bring in the under 15 champion from the east, the west, the north, the south to play, and then pick a squad. The under 15, under 17 at their training facility.
A competition facility is a whole different ball game from a training facility in terms of cost. That's what I'm trying to say to you. So we would like to one day, like say we had a facility say in Clarendon. We could say everybody that play football in Clarendon and Manchester and St. Elizabeth come right here, so every Saturday morning or every Sunday, because we have 10 fields and everybody get to play. But that money that you used to build a 10 field, if you build a match facility, you could use all of that money to just build a match facility. So yes, you'll have the elite alone playing there, but nobody else will. So that is, we have to make that distinction between a training facility and a match facility. Now, Trelawney's purpose stadium is a white elephant so far, so it is right here. So if somebody give it to us, it's fine. We can just go on the other side where we have a lot of parking lots and those spaces.
Exactly.
Additional field. So yes, so I'm saying yes if it is there, but
so approach the government, Mr. Speedman, write a proposal to them, man, that you have a 100-year plan for it for the Jamaica Football Federation, man. Easy man to that, man. That me I talk about now.
So make we nobody get political, but the government should really provide facilities for their free citizens. It shouldn't be us.
Yes,
Mannings. With due respect, I don't think that is something for Mr. Speed and the technical committee head. The next time you have the general secretary, that is something you should be typing up in the office of the GenSec. And Mr. Speed is very correct about the cost of developing a match facility versus a training facility. And Mannings, if you can give me 3 minutes, I want to just read this thing. St. George's was built in 2012, so it's a recent facility at the cost of £105 million. And of course, Wembley costs nearly £1 billion to build Wembley. So that's the difference between a match facility and a training facility. But that's just go on. It's the home of all 23 of England's national football teams. It's set within 330 acres of countryside. The site boasts 14 elite outdoor pitches, one exact replica of the surface of Wembley. So meaning where the national stadium is, it has an exact replica of that.
You have no credit left. Because we don't pick up from there, get our credit run out.
You not hear me?
Oh,
You
we
are
just
here
said it
now.
out. Yeah,
I
I mean,
hear
I
now.
want to credit run out, you know.
Oh, no, man. I'm saying it has 14 elite outdoor pitches, including one exact replica of the Wembley football surface, a full-size indoor 3G field, and a futsal arena. Right? It is sport, physical preparation, and sports science are integral to the National Football Center with a state-of-the-art performance and recovery facilities, including ultimate training and rehabilitation hub. So the training and rehabilitation physio center there, right? It's the home of football learning, with the majority of elite coaching and medical courses delivered on site. Visitors to the facility can enjoy impressive accommodation at 228 bedroom Hilton Hotel. So it's not the FA that runs the hotel. It's a...
Where you going, Keter?
Yes, Cataract. All right, we're not hearing Cataract. Don't know what is happening here, but Cataract seem like some Cataract is in his line over there. So
What? Cataract is in my lines? Hold on, sir. Let me.
You just spoke about the hotel. You're at the hotel
Yes.
part. That is the last thing we heard.
No, the hotel, and I'm saying that it's contrary to what I thought, that it was strictly for the England national teams. They said no. In the preseason,
Hold on a second.
it is rented, and they gave a list of the clubs in the last years: Barcelona, Ajax, Man City, Benfica, England Rugby, England Cricket come to train there to offset the cost. So I'm saying this was done in 2012. So we need to move with alacrity, and of course I believe scale. We don't have 330 acres. Maybe we don't need 14 fields. We can work with 3 or 4. But the fact is that there's a model of how you put a center down. And in 2012, I don't know, but for me, you can raise an IPO. I've seen people raise IPOs in Jamaica for significantly more than that. That's always oversubscribed. So maybe it is creative thinking that is needed, man.
All right. So I hear that. We're gonna let Mr. Speed respond, but Gunners boss,
Big up yourself.
yeah, because I have a big Jamaican artist, right? He was just trying to call because he's supposed to come on and do a little thing, right?
So
You
hold on.
you
Let
want
me
to
ask
go?
you a question.
No,
So,
man. No, man. Let me finish now. You want to go ahead and talk, and then, or you want me to talk to the artist, or do you want to go ahead? Go ahead. Go ahead, Amiki.
me a bigger artist than any artist in Jamaica, including Bob Marley. So me a
Yeah, me
talk
know
before him and
me know
talk.
you're a can artist. Me I talk about, you know, understand.
Come on, man. Mr. Speed, manners and respect. Pick up yourself.
Mr. Speed, you muted.
Mr. Speed, are you there?
No, man, he muted. He
Mr.
muted.
Speed,
Oh yeah, respect, General. Cool.
man, big up yourself, man. Me I tell you, so the American, the Maryland Aztec already feel it. They want the sun training up there and give you one little piece of food, you know.
Where is that?
The Maryland Azteca.
Oh, Maryland.
Up a Maryland, up a St. Andrew, man, up top side, Papi in there, man. You don't know Maryland?
Oh, think I USA you call from. So I think Maryland, not USA. Me ask you if
Me not talk about Baltimore, Maryland, man. Me talk about Maryland, St. Andrew, between Gardstown, Irishtown, and Woodford. The second left turn out of Papi, not the one that takes you up to
I know it can hold a feel.
Huh?
You can hold a feel.
Where's it?
It can hold a feel. Can hold up there.
Okay, we don't have the great field. We have a field with light up there, you know, because the Honorable Prime Minister wife hook us up with a couple of lightings and things. So we have some competition or we keep up there here.
You mean some peanut wale, something?
And that we can't afford, you don't need more. You need someone to train your youth, them and give you a piece of food that they talk about. Cataract, you always are bringing something to the thing, some impossible thing. When you don't donate to $1 million to the JFF and Mr. them, we not talk Jamaican there. We are talking $1 million out that money we win over Latvia, over USA, and over England.
If we qualified for the World Cup, we'd have 9 million US. I'm having a serious conversation. And I'm saying to you, we don't need to build something the size of the FA in England because we don't have that population. But if we build something quarter of the size, that would have been 25 million. So that is well within reach.
Cataract, 25 million.
Put me onto your mortgage bank and make we get a loan. The people them who lending money to Stadium in America, where you know. Because the people them lend money to build Yankee Stadium and them thing and taxpayer pay by people. You know. So put me onto one of those people to come help you out. Now you just have to come and tell me all these things and all these players. You can't produce one player to yet or one facility and help you out to pick up that, you know.
Can't produce one player?
You're not giving a player yet. All the players them where you call me, not see one of them for the national team here. Unless I Leon Bailey and whisper you talk about. Anyway, me just start.
Surely you yes.
Let me say this and run. I'm here to listen to where you are. Listen to your response. You got yourself, Mr. Speed. Man's man, keep up the great work. You can only get greater. Like what you're doing for yourself and for the people at Jamaica and for the youth them. Mr. Speed, go and make it things bigger over there. So I'm going to bring some youth. Make we see some youth in the Premier League like how them 10 whisper gone and then say you're not bring nobody. I Craig alone I do it. Me attack with people them say
last yesterday to Chicago Fire. I don't understand you.
Yeah, a Cavalier.
Chicago Fire?
Yeah,
Chicago Fire 2. Chicago Fire 2.
Yeah.
But still a move. Congratulations to Predator.
He's like a teenager.
You're the hypocrite Cataract in our background a question Chicago Fire. Anywhere out of Jamaica is somewhere.
I said congratulations to Predator. Don't comment on that.
People,
Cataract and everybody for answer Cataract.
Tell your friends overseas like me, if you drop a super chat and a super sticker, and pure how small it is, the money I got towards helping kids, management buy boots for the little youth, them from 5, 6 years old and them thing there. And some little thing and I try build them so when them reach 18 and 20, them ready because them in it from young, but them can't go in it from. Me after them. Drop a little small thing in the city when you can't afford it, so we can help, continue help the youth. Big up on yourself. Me I go and listen and me will call back if me feel miserable again. Bless up.
We want to say that was a commercial break from Tiny. We are now back to regular program. Big up yourself. Big up yourself, Gunners boss. We are now back to regular programming. All right.
So Mariams, let me be clear. I don't know if I was chipping in and out. I was in no way suggesting that JFF should build $105 million trading facility. I'm saying scalability within the pocket and reach of things. I'm also saying that an IPO, sir, could be put out, which is a, that initial public offering that could seek to get investors to invest in the facility by developing an investment prospectus. That's what you do. You have Mr. Chung, economist extraordinaire, etc., Mr. Speed. So you have to put a proposal to people, sir. It doesn't matter take up $1 million US. But outside of that, though, Mannings, very seriously, and I know you don't talk players when Mr. Speed is on here, but there are very few players that come to the light that didn't emanate from the database that I have. Don't fool yourself.
All right. All right. So Mr. Speed, so you're originally saying, right? Important is the building of the players, the getting them playing and all of that, right? Which comes before, as long as they can get them playing, without underscoring the need for upgrading the facilities. But what I would say to that is that it will take more effort and more work to develop the players if the environment, one of the new things FIFA pushing is environment, like which includes everything, like the space that they're in, the coaching they're exposed to, and even the surfaces that they play on. So the environment is important. So while I'm happy to know that there are plans afoot to build at least 3 more of what we have up by the Captain Horace Burrell Center. But here's what I'll say though. I also think we have to, where I have some agreement with Cataract is this, Mr. Speed, that if possible, can we build something where instead of our players coming to stay in a 5-star hotel, there's a partnership with private companies on that same 300-acre land that you have for them to build.
30, not 300.
30 acre property where they can build a 5-star 100 rooms facility that when national teams are not in there, they can still, tourists are welcome to be there. It's a form of investment. Could do the JFF look at those things as a private body where, all right, let's not just focus on what are we going to do when our national teams are here. We don't have to worry about that because people can book in and check in to this facility. Like for example, if the Captain Horace Burrell Center could accommodate tour guests like a hotel, people coming for champs could probably have stayed there. Those who come in from overseas, and they use even one of the JFF buses as a means of income to bring them to and from the stadium. I don't know, or that is too elaborate a plan for the JFF to even put into place now, or that is something that, maybe in the next generation we'll see. But I think that is the idea.
No. But stop now, because if it had said it's like 2 months ago,
yeah,
you'd have me. But there's champs people in the facilities right now.
Dead.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful.
Right
That's
now.
what we want to hear. That's what we want to hear.
And we're working out a way to see if we can make, when we work it out, we think we can make millions of dollars from the facility each month, which will help us in our development. So that's
Exactly.
what we're working on actively right now. There's no more space there though to build anything else. EU is really small based on what we have here. There's no space to build anything. So we have to just work with what we have, which is decent. I mean, we have 2 fields, 1 grass, 1 synthetic. We have a accommodation there can hold 50 persons. That is there already. We upgraded it recently. Trinidad stayed in it, and they loved it. So we have upgraded the inside. We have a sponsor who's going to come on and help us, but I don't want to tell you in terms of furnishing it out. So all of that is in training.
So Mr. Speed, when you have a good news, you know what tell me.
No, but you see, why I can't tell you because the sponsor need them there. You don't know sponsors are.
No, but what I say to Mr. Speed is that everybody news get leaked out of the JFF.
Yeah, but man, not a leak. I just tell you when you
No,
know
no,
something.
I wasn't suggesting. I wasn't suggesting. Sorry.
But because it happened already, I'm just telling that
I
there's
wasn't.
one team there now that you know.
Okay, because the next thing is this is that they because of how Jamaica is, even teams in the state. All right, I got a good example is the New York Mets. The weather in New York sometimes does not allow them to have their camps there, right? So what they do, they go down to Florida, right, for their what they call it is a spring camps where the
Yeah.
team can practice in warm weather. I am thinking that if you have that kind of a facility, um, MLS teams and even teams in Europe can even use the
This
facilities to
Scandinavia.
yeah to have camps
Right.
in Jamaica if it is marketed and I'm not talking about the one in Kingston. No, I'm talking about say if one were in the North Coast, right?
Yeah, we'll
Yeah,
get there, but it take a while. We have a medium term plan. That's what we're trying to do. But
yeah,
I mean, I don't know if we can. I don't know if it is a. I know that some countries that have training camp, they don't own the hotel. They just invite somebody to put a hotel near there, and then the
exactly.
people can use the facilities and them have some commission structure. So we could or no. What I know some what country has done is that give the hotel the land, build the thing more. And then they say, when my team come, them stay free. I think that's what they did. That a
Spring,
country does. So we look
yes,
at those things. So we're
spring
getting
training.
there now. We're
Yeah,
doing a research, worldwide research, and we're getting there. We know the stuff. It's just that it'll take a little while to put all of
yeah.
these things. And
I
we're
think
getting there slowly. And
one.
cataract, anything that affect how football play is technical. As a matter of fact, in a football, if you're really serious, you realize there are two things matter in a football: finance and technical. Nothing else matter. Finance and technical.
Yeah,
Technical
it's
Finance and I didn't
and
hear the second thing.
technical.
Oh,
Finance and technical. Anywhere you want to go technically, you have to have the money to carry it. And as you quite rightly say, if we win the 9 million, well, it depends how much left, 'cause everybody want bonuses out of it. Yeah, we have the rest for development. So we're not
all right.
gonna be worth 9 million. So
I think yeah. Hold on, Keto, because Dan Life was saying that he wanted you to elaborate on. I think which part of it, Dan Life, on the persons using the facility, one or the facility being furnished. So let me know that, right? The second thing, Mr. Speed, this one says, Manning, what we should do is build relationship with countries with monetary resources like Saudi or Qatar and see if there is any way we can trade with them for their abundance of dollars or just donations from them if we have no natural resources to provide for their dollars. And he says, Speed says we will get there as if we're going to live forever to see this happen. So they're asking for timeline. When are we going to get there? Is it in this lifetime or is it in the life to come?
so
When we are
so
promised
2 years
mansion.
ago, we were
Yeah,
not even here. Don't. So it takes time, and in everybody personal life. If you don't have the money, you can't come say you live in a palace tomorrow. You work towards it. So it's the same thing with us. We don't have the money, and we're working towards it.
yeah. Hey, but
I
you know what?
can't give you a timeline. I can tell you that there's one that we're doing now, and if once we get through, this one will be done um, probably in a couple of years. It takes time for one. For the other two, I don't know yet because we need to identify the money.
Let me say this and then I'll let it come in, Cataract, right? I believe that there are viable options in the Qatar and the Saudi Arabian area. Maybe for them to imagine they say, listen, if you can get the land, we can build a five-star hotel facility on it and you build the field. Maybe that there is that kind of a partnership that we could look at.
Yeah, but
Like,
man is man. Before you
yeah,
even go no further, I just want to say something to you. You have to, I don't know if everybody like figure out what is happening all over the world. So we throw some names of some countries and say we must go there and do certain things. Do you know some of the human rights records some of those countries have and what kind of feedback it might have on us? If we just you think we can just you remember what happened when Cuba go just said them and Russia are friend? And also the world running up. We were just so naive. The world don't run like that. There's some countries if you go there, then you have flashback from some other countries. So all of these things have to be carefully thought out what you are trying to do, you know.
All
The
right.
world not as it seems. I just want
No.
people to know that.
All right. So fine. No, man, I can agree with you that there are all these kinds of stuff that happen globally that may affect things. But let me put it this way, though,
It's
Mr.
called
Speed.
geopolitical. And
Yeah.
you can have someone in
There's
expertise that
no
tell you that
country. Yeah. There's no country that Jamaica would do a partnership with that you're not going to have those issues. If you go to partner with England, Jamaicans are going to tell you after what they did to us. If you partner with America, people going to tell you about all of
Not
those.
Jamaicans are your problem.
No,
It's
no,
like other partners we trade with and have agreement with, and the
no,
IMF.
no, man. I am
And
getting to
okay.
that. Remember, we're talking about sports, and while I agree that if a Saudi Arabia, if one of those Chinese come and build our highway in Jamaica, they don't get blocked from anything. So why can't they come and build a hotel? If they can build a road, why they can't build a hotel? I'm talking about the people who are building already in Jamaica. The Chinese are building. If they build highways and roads and they own how much land, we can't find one of them. And said, listen, I'm just putting out there. Now maybe it will not work.
You might, man, you might be right, you know. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. You ever hear about wokeness? Wokeness is a term, you know. There are certain things that people just not tolerate anymore. Then you hear that nobody now come for. So fine, we build it, and then nobody now come in our hotel, and don't do it as a tourist destination because.
But this is what the guy was talking about. You take over. Thanks for the super chat, super sticker, Drew Fortis 07. The person using the facility, what improvement was done and what will be put in place to ensure it continues. And then Cataract, you respond to that, and then Cataract is your time. Mr. Speed, that is for you, you know. They were explaining what they were asking, and then Cataract.
Who was explaining what they were asking? Who?
Dan Life is when Dan Life says, "Can you elaborate?" You wanted you to elaborate on the persons using the facility and what improvement was done and what will be put in place.
No. All right. So we work on the grass field that we have. It was in the best condition. So we work on that. That was one of the things I work on the grass field that you have to bring it up. The standard, and it has improved tremendously. The whole looked at the place. We painted some places like the technical area, cover technical area. In the building itself, we did some not renovations. Because it was built like probably about 6 years ago, we went through it and have a general repairs. We're going to be changing some of the beds, so Cataract won't say the tall players foot hang off. Some, you know, so that's the type of thing we're doing up here to make sure it's more habitable, cleaner, look better, the fees are maintained better. So it's not like we spend we did spend millions of dollars on it, but it's not like it's tens of millions of dollars. So we did some, facelift basically. So it's now better quality. But the stay is nice, the people from Trinidad loved it. That saved us a whole heap of money, if we had to put them in a hotel. They thought, they said the service was good. We have a chef there that cooked for them, and they thought they were in a 5-star hotel. It was really nice, the experience from Trinidad, and they expressed themselves that way.
We're always glad to hear about experience. I don't know if management has left to do an exorcism, but he just disappear and leave it for the program.
Well, him say your time now, so go ahead.
Okay, so that it's always good to hear that there are improvements, because nothing stays static. So I truly agree with that. But Mr. Speed, I can't agree with you, because on the other point, look here, geopolitical shifts, as they are called in the world, and geopolitical relations. There are people who have expertise, who study international relations at UWI, who can properly advise about any fallout that there may be. But you have a Qatari trying to bid on, or a Saudi trying to bid on Manchester City. You had a Saudi buying Newcastle, Qatar bidding on Manchester United. PSG's owners are from the Middle East. And these clubs still have 50, 60, 70, 80,000 people coming there. So I don't buy that. I think what needs to happen is the expertise within the JFF offices have to go beyond the parish presidential kind of old-time football person that used to play ball and graduate out of it. There's some real expertise that are needed to build the organization structure of a modern football association. And another day I would love to hear, for example, are there job descriptions there? Is there an organization chart? When last has that organization chart been looked at? And when last have the job descriptions been evaluated, so that you build a modern football association for a modern era. And it's not just a thing where a man used to play ball at Manning Cup, play some ball for a Premier League team, and then find him way into the JFF up that way. You have to bring in expertise in various areas: marketing, international relations, sports, tourism. Because that is an actual discipline, sports tourism. There are people who do that for their livelihood. But my main thing, no man, is that we all want to see what's better for the football in Jamaica, and I say it to persons because apparently everybody can get up. So I'm going to get up into my feelings about the caller that caller asked me to give $1 million US. Look here, if we do not think outside the box and encourage people to think outside the box, then we'll be forever trapped in a matrix. It is by people who think outside the box that you will be wrong 8 out of 10 times. You're going to be wrong in the mornings. But, oh, what a joy for the 2 out of 10 ideas we have that are viable and that can work out to come to some fruition. Right? And last, I would say, it address in a comment by the leader about my database. Yes, the same database that you WhatsApp my phone and call my phone about. It's the same database. So no, all of them don't want the bank right here, so. And then behind the scenes, you come and say, "Oh, you know this." And the same database.
Ignore some of the things that are coming and talking
Qatar,
about.
you can ignore. Qatar, you
Yeah,
can
man, nobody
ignore
make,
certain
because that's a
things, man.
segment to a different thing. Listen, all right, so very important. I have one of Jamaica's biggest stars. You understand me? Big singer. That I'm going to get him on the program.
Very
Right
man.
now. I don't know if I should surprise you all, but I want to welcome you.
There is.
He's a fireman, people. So, yeah.
Capital,
So
Sizzler.
just listen, man, and relax.
Luton Fire, I'm good artist.
Jesus, Beam, Cataract.
Luton Fire.
Luton Fire, I'll try it also, but I don't know where I go.
Welcome to I Am Sure Sportsman. It's a joy to have you on the program.
Yes, man. Big up. I am sure.
Yeah, man.
I always tune into your thing. You know that, right?
We know, man. Tell them we know what's going on. You understand?
Yes,
but the people them never know that you're a baller still. That you know you're a big baller, not no normal baller.
No. You can't just call it one big because we never play for the national team. You know?
But you play high school football.
Let me tell you my style. I play Manning Cup. I play Premier League. Them time they them call it so. Play for Hazard. Play for De La Vida. I also play for Constant Spring. I play in at the time when the man them have a World Cup. So I play against and with all of them great man there. No?
You know, a lot of people never know that. So which school you play for in the Manning Cup?
The team was saying where Jamaica College get problem every year in the final, my lord.
The team with
St. Andrew Technical.
Studs.
Yeah.
Oh, so you played when Chippy was when Dean Sewell was on that Stats team?
No, when Dean Sewell was there, I play Colts them time. Dean Sewell is a few years my senior, you know.
Oh.
So play Colts them time there.
So who you played with? His brother, the one who turned soldier?
Yeah, I play with them man there. Them man I play with. I actually play with Dean up at Constant Spring in the last part.
Ah.
But most of the time when we play Colt, Luton Fire was always manning up team. So I play ball with them man there, you know. Got me
Yeah.
a baller. Yeah, me a baller. I
So
wear the number 10, you know.
hold on, man. Hold on. The people they never know that fire. What position you played?
I'm playing at the midfield. Them time that the coach them I work with 4-4-2. So I play up on top in front of the central midfielder, man. Remember that style? Yeah, yeah.
So how you never
Yeah.
make how you wear number 10 at them time the big baller you never play under 20 under 17 for
No, because you were now in our big baller time. There was a lot of big ballers, some of them big down. You understand? And then I never have that deep interest in wanting to play. I never think I could have played for Jamaica and them kind of stuff. In my head, I never have it out there. I would just play ball and I buck up on the big ball and them I compete. That was mine. And then I couldn't deal with the commitment too much. Where it's like you have to marry to the game to get the essence out of it. We never have that kind of time there. My support system never there. We never eat right. We never nothing. You know what I mean?
Okay,
So we
okay.
just quit.
Okay. And then you took up music or you were doing music while playing the football?
I was always a singer, you know, but I take it as a career during the Constant Springtime. I want to tell you, in the night time when we done train, we used to jump in a teen tool, brother, that's a car tool. I don't know if
Yeah
you
man,
know
yeah
it.
man, bada
That
so.
man, the win money go Badasso. See, I'm a daddy that. You're my only mentor so far in my life. See? That man always tell me, say, fire, you got try the career music, you know, because when we used to go to school, we used to go in a sugar mine and go DJ. And Badasso used to carry it. You see me? In our uniform, we go around and go DJ. Them always love the vibes that I have. So even at the football time up at Daniel inside, I'm always say, fire, you have to play do music and them thing there. So at night time when we in the van back I drive to Roehampton, I go round. I'm always a point out say, jar us through the line of fire.
Yeah.
See, put us through the round there so. And tell you the truth, I training me left one evening and just go around and jar up and go home and do my boots and my top them. And now go back to football. Since last year, I play back some football after 20 years. And when I go play some ball and the man them find out so I can kick it. They invite me, I want to entertain a match.
But
You know?
you don't remember me because I used to be up at Constant Spring, you know. Cause
So you know, you remember Gusty Martin, I want to you.
oh me mean something. No, you don't remember me. They used to
Man,
call
it's
me.
man, you said they are Constant Spring for a short time, beat up referee,
Yeah.
and him have to stop play.
Hey man, I tell him what's a beat. I beat the referee at Constant Spring. That's why I'm at Constant Spring.
Yeah, yeah.
But so
I
like
play with man like Fabian Watkins,
yeah man, then
them
so
and
all right,
Fabian
so
Davis, them
you know
and them and
Fabian Watkins, so me and Jimmy, that is Fabian brother, and like Lee and
yeah.
them youth they used to be in the under 20 and planting.
Me know you're good then. Me know you're very good. You're my little virgin. You're my little virgin.
They used to,
Because they used to power with the under 20 youth.
there
Them and
you
them man
go.
that roll
Yeah,
in the team.
there you go.
For real.
Yeah,
Yeah, man. Our youth, the from start, Skillo them and them you can use. Don't it?
Skillo, and there you go,
Yeah.
and shut up my food and
So me play with bigger them and them man there. 60 them and them
six.
man there.
Yeah, man, yeah,
Yeah,
man.
them time they play some
Man, a
ball.
big ball. I never know that, man.
Man, him a like your age, I like old life, him played 60.
No, me little old. I'm about 2 years of them
Yeah,
youth
2 years,
seen.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was right, man. He was
Yeah,
around
man.
2 years ahead. Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Yeah, right.
Hey, don't follow
Love
Mr.
the
Sweet. We never
football.
beat up the referee at Constant Spring. Yeah, so.
Some man
No, that never go at Constant Spring. That go
Yeah.
at the end of the career, them thing there. But that never go at Constant Spring, man. Mr. Sweet,
Yeah,
that did
yeah.
them thing there.
Pastor Mitrovic. So Luton, this was before Save the Juvenile or Save Time.
Yeah, man, long before. Because me tell them I play Colts and them thing there, you know. Them time they were 14 and 15. See, the juvenile was about year 2000. I'm going to play my last football 1990.
Yeah. The person who asked
Yeah.
the question, him go by the name Cataract. Him say him play the sound name Cataract, but we never see him yet run Cataract sound. You understand?
Look here, boy. Look.
I just tell you, I'm follow the thing, man. So every man to there on your program. Every man.
Yeah, man.
So, hold on, Barons, I want you to leave all China. The man they stand up in the bleachers 10 meters somewhere we stand up and I flag it up. And they salute and stand up. I don't know why you come mess around with Team Cataract. But we tell you something global. You understand? And it's an artist, you know, so we used to use it when they ministry education. Luton Fire, Liquor Hero, perfect.
Yeah.
Them used to use as a team and go around to the school them and try, you know, to we call educate the youth them. That's how come I know the song Save the Juvenile is one of the most powerful pieces of music written by a Jamaican artist. But unfortunately, in our music culture, maybe I'm guilty of it too. We leave those great works. They don't really sell 1 million copies in Jamaica. You know, like they said, Bob Marley never had a number one.
You ever thought about redoing it, Luton, that song, Save the Juvenile, for this
No,
context?
I want to tell you, a sister in the read of that song, that the same melody and everything, you know, somebody just kind of leave it as it is. You know what's your name? One of them Empress or boy with one of them long time woman, it's singing. Same everything. So me just easy. I have a lot of different enough songs and things.
Okay.
You know? But I appreciate all the them said I want the great. The gift that.
Yeah. I see. Somebody said, tell Luton Fire said just bust TV, big him up.
Oh yeah, Just Bust at the hilltop. Big up Just Bust.
Yeah, man. So, and I'm asking right here, Martin, what is his first name? I know his last name is Martin, you know, but I don't know the first. I don't remember the first name. But I think the surname is Martin.
Anthony Martin.
Anthony Martin. Yeah. Yeah, man. But we have Rudolph Speed and we have Ryan LFC. You know, he runs a channel. We have Cataract on the panel and thing. But you know, you always do a lot of philanthropy. You know, in terms of working to help youths and communities, and you're part of what Michael Toller is doing at Draxal on the 8th of April.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. So just tell people about that and why an event like this is important for a person like you and you know, the cause and thing, you know?
As you know, as I tell you, I'm a baller, so I come from a friendly environment. We deal with connecting with people to make the teamwork and dreamwork. And as a musician from a cultural background, you know, feel like we have something to do to help the people. So my team, Youth Upliftment Foundation, we call it youth. And the motto is Safely Juvenile. Where Luton Fire try is use me myself as a ghetto youth born in the Ramshackle and step out and see myself somewhat of a better man. I want like use me and my artist friend them as mentor people to go around in schools like primary schools that penetrate. Reason with the youth them be around them just like that may I try as the kickstart for my thing. And then my boss Michael Toller, you know, we play ball with them man there, and them man that was my first under 16 coach, St. Catherine under 16. I was the captain at the time, you know. Them call it UCD under 16, you know. And him tell me about that event and I show me say right now Luton Fire Moya come give me a strength, help out the vibes, and it's a pleasure for the things like this. So the 8th of April in a Draxal, we're there all our vibes together with my elder Michael Toller. Yes, I.
Yeah, man. You're going to play. You're possibly going to play in the game because there's a Michael Toller Invitational versus the RFM Invitational. Lenny Teacher is going to be there. I know that Theodore Whitmore supposed to be there. Paul Teagat Davis supposed to be there.
Yes.
You know, Toller himself, you supposed to be there. Them say themselves come play some ball too. But we are going to see what I go.
Yes, we are going to play. I just call them man the name. I give you history. It was a 3 o'clock game down at Alcoa. Tivoli Garden versus Hazard. Jamaica national team was the Reggae Boys most playing for Hazard. So them it gone with Renissimo of Brazil. So Luton Fire get the chance to start that day there. Me, Tiger, baby, and just come up with this thing to say never include the Renissimo team. You know who we are playing against? ICL Hamilton, right? We are playing against teacher Leonard Hyde.
Yeah.
I play against Jan Fogo. I play against when me and Charlie Edwards. Me was the Beanie shot man at the number 24. Run them down, tackle them, knock it out there. You were doing it over for Albert Ashley.
Albert Ashley.
In a them net.
Yeah.
Pudu in a Alcoa. Then, and then, let me tell you about Theodore Whitmore. It was a 1 p.m. game on a direct for as a mercy. See by it was. Theodore Whitmore just come off for the national youth. So, at the time, I realized that we local players can't deal with that national something, you know. Because the coach said, Luton, you're fast. Mark Theodore. And when the man gets the ball, Theodore barely move and give me donkey length. You know? The man just a run left me king and thing. So I even encourage my game that day. I said, come on, you, just play ball. You know them way there, so I have a good game. 3-1 it was in the Sonat. Albert Ashley again. I'm looking forward to call Bulla. I don't remember him full name from Central Village. Yes. So I play some ball against some of the big giants there where we have to call giants.
You know play with all die job too.
We play against Dijab. Dijab was, I think it was arena or a water.
Oh, or what do you talk about? There was skill left footer over your team then a Rivali, De La Vega in a when there man?
A my little soldier that when you see him asking, his name Sean Simpson. Them call him Cartoon.
Bad piece of ball and that funny one left there.
Yeah man, I'm a classmate. Him play on the right wing and me play on the right wing, him play on the left wing. When him not know the match, him ask, and when he don't know it, ask. So bro.
Yeah man.
He's my father, cousin's son, so we call ourselves cousin.
Hey, the man must say Luton, are you write all a song for the reggae boys, you know, for the Jamaica Football Federation and the reggae boys, you know, because you're
I would have loved that.
Yeah?
I would have loved that. I want to tell you, since the idol we get closer to the football thing and start check out ball and everything. Mr. Speed, me know you're good since them man. Yeah. Well, one name from Canada, I look one to say my bad boy, Ryan LFC. I love that one there.
If they hear and listen to you, man, if not say nothing.
Yo.
Today.
Yo, I love that one. Now, here one, each are on a different, now different style, on a doing the thing.
Big up yourself, my artist. Have respect.
Yeah. Heal him up the Ryan.
Big up yourself, my artist. Love respect, man.
What you mean? I want a little dance. You see me? I used to do one in Cataract. Him kind of bring up some different starting points, you know. And go around the bend and in the midst of where he must have a little tip of gibberish, but when him come back in points and murder. So no can't. Enough time here on the try says, hey, we're gonna lock you off, you know, Cataract. And I say, love man, no man. You know, but
you know the something sometimes him come in a whole heap of whites in his system, you understand me? So we have to make it we have to make it seep out first before we make him talk. You understand?
Yeah man. I love the idea, man. I watch coaches decks, watch JD. I think we subscribe to most of the items. First man I subscribe to a military. And then I subscribe to Ryan, you see me?
Yeah.
Yes, I. More life, you know.
Yeah, man. So here's the thing, you know.
Pressure Mr. Speed too much, you know.
You think so? You think so?
Him forget pressure. But why you alone and him so hard there? So, Ryan has take for the body, so. No.
I'm here the police, man. I'm here the police, man.
You're right, man. Cause our team, you know, our team, I love the team.
So here's the thing, now, because I really, you and I are going to talk again because you see your foundation. I'd love you come and talk to people as to how them can get involved in your foundation.
Yes.
That's a big thing you're doing, and see how we can bring some light to it. So we're going to arrange something where we can get that set up. You understand me? Because it's things like these we want to be involved in because it have been bring a change. It's not just about football, but changing people's life. Because at the end of the day, you know, if a man play football and his life no better, society not gonna be better. So at the end of the day, it's about life change, and this is why I endorse the thing that Tolo doing. And because I know that the proceeds of this is going back to changing people's life. Past footballers who have gone through difficulties and they're not at the place right now. You understand? But I
just a past footballer. You know a player named Dennis DeBang.
Yeah, man, Stylo. Yeah, man.
Yeah, we play with Stylo too, you know, and I think most of what we are going to do is put to that event is to look into Dennis DeBang's thing, you know.
Yeah, man.
Right. Before me just have his comments up here, so he's the best baller that me ever coach. Dennis Banks.
The best baller me ever sit on the island. No disrespect to none others.
Yeah, best baller me ever coach. And me I tell you, him didn't play for Jamaica. I use it. Him is the best in the World Cup qualifying year. It was Jamaica's last. Yeah, tell it was Jamaica's last.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But he
man.
not do so well now. I see him now. I send catching me go with him. I see
Not
him.
doing well.
I'm
Yeah,
talk
yeah.
to him and everything.
Not doing well.
But he not do so well.
Yeah, he make a few mistakes as a baller. Ravel remind
Yeah.
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 Mhm.
But Luther, you know, so we can't make the big singer come on and you don't even, you understand me, you don't even grace the platform with an a cappella sound for the people them. You know, make them know
Oh
so the
yeah.
voice still there. Because a long time we don't hear that's why we say we have to do something where, you know,
Yeah.
how we did have Van Deli and Deli Ranks would come on and tell us about
Yeah.
him new album. You understand me and them thing there.
Yeah.
We need to hear about your
Okay.
foundation and you need to come on and talk to the people them so them can follow the music and the career. You understand me? You know?
All right. My thing now is, I always say, show me a footballer by blood, heart, mind, and soul. You can jump head ball, you can kick ball from left or right. You can take it in my chest. Edson Scott kick it out and the stadium and walk and dive and control it. Dead in my chest. But I always say, my music, footballer gonna be my best fan. Because I think they can feel my energy. See?
Yeah.
So when I say to the football people, I'm going to put people them will listen to your program is follow Luton Fire at Luton Fire Music. That is Luton Fire Music IG. And for Facebook, that is Anthony Luton Fire Marty. That's just it.
All right.
My thing now,
So
I'll
Jason,
be
you hear
heading
that,
out
Jason?
for yeah.
Hold on a
Yeah.
bit. Now tell Jason normally put up so Luton Fire Music. That's the
Yeah,
IG
that's the
handle.
IG.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anthony Luton Fire Martin, that's the Facebook.
All right.
Yeah. See? And more and the people them check out my thing because I have a big sign at tour where I come up starting from tomorrow. I have a 2 months run in the mainland Europe and
Yeah.
thing. I'm sure me I go watch some match because me have 5 gigs in a Germany. I'm have to stop at one of them games, my brother.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah,
Mm.
man. Yeah,
Enough respect, yeah.
yeah, man. Drop a line for we, no, man.
Me used to fly kite, play marble every day on a race board. Me used to hold corner king teeth, me waste time, sit down and laugh. Now the ends it no safe again, for me see me 2 friend them kick off. Who they know bad mind still over corner, man applause them after me get rich and a show off. Them want me no want take part, them want me to pick up and me never want start. Them see me humble, them take me off, them a block off the road, them see me car apart. Them a try trick me to me bounce right back, what a hard man today. Me know you beat me if you diss me thump right back, what a hard man today. Say what a hard man today. Say what a hard man today. Me know you beat me if you diss me thump right back, what a hard man today.
Yo, hey, people, here's that now. Cataract. If you want the dubbing of Cataract, you have to lick. I will
There you
give
go.
you the number, you know.
There you go.
No,
Look, so me tell you say that in a travesty. Yeah, me just a looking at my dub and I realize
what
me
you say?
not have no loot at dub. But just a looking at dub and
Man
so
say,
that have go fix.
when guns are in their hands, somebody has said, when
Yeah.
guns are in their hands.
Yeah, enough so man. That song has some 15-year-old song.
Yeah, when guns are in their hands. Other one they go.
We don't remember that. When guns are in their hands. Sometimes. You know?
Diego de la Vega.
Yeah.
Yes. I want to tell you, say, I was one of the players. You remember when De La Vega in the Premier League, right?
Yeah, man. De La Vega City.
You know, we left Manning Cup, me and Cartoon them and Abbas Thomas and all of the little youth them and bring the team to Premier League. And then at them time, me left go Hazard, go play for Hazard. And I need a new challenge and need to know some new people, you know?
Yeah, man. See, a man say
Yeah,
have
man.
a few dubs with Luton here, big up people. So, check
Yeah.
out Luton Fire Music on IG to follow the thing, you understand me?
Otherwise called Gussie.
Yeah.
Ah, what?
If you had the ball,
Ah, what?
see, I go see this tomorrow.
So, Mr. Speed, I want to ask in all seriousness. And you said earlier that everything in football is technical. Can we officially ask that Luton Fire be the reggae boy official artist? That we bring the reggae in the boys.
Yeah, man, when
You
time
know?
the team play, man, Luton Fidelity sing when I talk about, man.
That sounds
You
good.
know,
No,
Luton,
man.
Luton,
know that-
man.
All is like
Luton, me know him good too, man. He play for Masters and Celebrity, man. Me know him good, man. No worries,
Yeah.
me are linking.
Yeah, here, sir.
Yes, Mr. Speed, take up.
Yeah, man, and somebody ask you about, ask Luton about Reddish.
Reddish supposed to be in a Spanish town. That's my all-time friend from them, a long time.
Oh.
Great mind youth, one of them look intelligent, quiet man.
Oh. Yeah, man.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man.
Big up yourself, artist. Thanks for passing through.
Yeah, man. Big
No
up.
respect,
And listen,
Mr. Speed.
you
Take
and
up.
I, when you're ready, we need to talk about the foundation because we want to get some people on board to help some of them youth the way they program with. So let me know you understand me. Yeah, man. Now we're going to
I'm a president of a football club in Spanish Town. We call it Deaconhill FC. We went to the semi-final and Black Lion beat me 2-1 one day. I'm very but I also do under 15 and under 20.
so the man involved in the football, man. So you do your coaching thing them as well?
Yeah.
Are you not the reach part there yet? You do the coaching, like the license for the coaching stuff?
No, I'm just the president for the club right now. I assist them with equipment and train with them in the daytime.
Oh.
But Paul advised me to make sure to get the Paul, our coach there.
Yeah.
So to make sure I get the license.
Mr. Speed at the man, I'm having license,
Yeah.
Mr. Speed, when are the next new license course over the side there? Are you know?
I have an idea about the game and I feel like I can deal with the youth.
When is the next one?
When is the next license, license course that Luton can, if him about him can sign up for it? You don't remember that?
No, one is that we are going around the parishes again. So since him play for Beacon, he must just call the office in a Spanish town and they will tell him when we're supposed to come over there. Because they are the ones who actually set it from in the past.
Yeah. For real, them say that to me. Them tell me that already.
Hey, listen, here's you know, you see people. Ryan, tell me the biggest Luton Fire song we know. The man listen to your show, brother. So don't ramp with the thing, Ryan. You better know Luton. Nobody Google it, Ryan.
I Google right now, Ryan. Google.
Ryan,
what to be artist?
People that say boss Luton when the song they come out, man, I say, yo, where the bad artist you come from? Which song, Ryan?
Watch him. Look like it loaded. It loaded. Saint Diego de la Vega. Let me help you, Ryan. No big like Saint Diego de la Vega.
You don't know the song, Ryan? It's an actual song, Saint Diego de la Vega, Ryan. You don't know, Ryan? Yo.
Yeah, man.
Unfollow him. But man, in serious, you said the 8th of April. You know, say if you arrange it, I'll come to and play half an hour around some serious crucial dub plate straight.
Yeah, man, down at Jackson.
Down at Jackson.
Yeah,
so no time. Just talk to also for sound there. So, but I walk with a laptop and the thing and come bless the item thing and give us support. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. All right, Baller. Bless up. And like I said, we'll talk on them other things and appreciate the time and appreciate you passing through.
All right, enough love and brother. Give thanks. Yeah, big up the man them, yeah?
More life.
The reggae boys. Keep on fighting for the reggae boys.
All right. Yeah, man. All right, bless up, Luton.
Yes, sir.
All right, so there you go, people. Luton Fire. Yeah, somebody didn't even know that he was a big baller, Ryan, you didn't know that. You didn't know
I never know that to Trench Town. But
Yeah,
but the truth is, I would have migrated back to Jamaica towards the end of his thing. I just know him as an artist, and me show me have the dub them. I forgot go in a apartment and open up where the actual physical dub plate them there and look up. Cause I can't believe me not have one Loot and Fire, Save the Juvenile and Delavie. No man,
yeah, man.
that have a fix. That have a fix. That have a fix. Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, come give us support and so you can never say you never hear Cataract play around the sound yet.
Let me see if you go reach. Ryan, welcome to the show. I know you haven't gotten a chance yet to add to the discussion that we're having, so you can open your mic and your microphone and then go ahead and let me know your thoughts.
Yeah. I'm back. So Rude and Speed, I hear you talk about, because you don't know, me I listen cleanly, very cleanly. So you guys apply for money to build up something, right? Or nothing no come through at them.
You're muted.
You're mute.
Coming like an analysis of keenly.
That's what I ask you. I accuse you.
Is that it's public knowledge on the FIFA website. They allocate money to national associations for projects. Over a 4-year period, there's a fixed amount, and that is the money that we use for projects. I mean, the project can be a physical structure, or it can be something technical you want to achieve.
Okay, all right. Hear me now. So, the Captain Harrisburg Center, you want to do some little work up there, but still not up to scratch. Yeah, but
I want to, as the people, the Trinidad people said it's coming like a 5-star hotel now, but that's your opinion.
It's a Speed. Me see there, I see the upgrade, and I see the paint up.
If you see there, they are Canada. No fool people. Then. When last you come to Jamaica?
Speed, you want me to pull up the video on the show?
No, I'm not about video. When last you come to Jamaica?
No, me ask you because I tell you, say, me get video when the thing.
Unless you don't know what see mean. You say you see. That means
some of the see it, some of the video. Me get the video.
So you have
the video.
You have a video.
No.
All right, so let me see.
Since you fix it, you have a video, Ryan? Since you fix it, you have a video?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's your opinion. That's not the opinion of anybody else.
Me know the sponsor will come on board. So it's soon finalized. But when I say Speed, I don't want to argue with them. I just want just add a few things. I think what Cataract say about getting a world-class facility, not something like where Cataract saying, it's just an example, right? But instead of we build 4, why not build 2 world-class facility and done? Because that's what we do with the Captain Harrisburg Center, and 6 years after, it run down.
So your suggestion, instead of building 4, let's put all of the money together and just build up the Captain Harrisburg Center some more and build a next one. So just
no, I'm not saying that. No, Captain Harrisburg, the space now up there and thing. I'm saying build 2 other ones. 2 more instead of 4 world-class facility and don't short like we do the Captain Harrisburg. Just do the right thing and done. Doing the right thing and done make 100% sense instead of build 4. It don't make sense to build 4 because we not going to maintain it.
We not build 4, we have build 3 more.
Okay, so what you saying to Mr. Speed, is there a way that, let me just ask it this way, is there a way that we can make 2 that way?
Look here. You know, some of the time we come across like a different. But Ryan, me hear your recommendation, but we're building 3 more. All right. Okay. So I'm gonna tell you the reason why, but I don't know if you were listening. Jamaica don't have the infrastructure for travel. Jamaica income per capita is low.
No, Speed, that's an excuse, Speed.
Excuse that people who are Jamaica. I understand you. You see why we can't talk to you? Because
but hold on, Mannings. Mannings.
No, I'm going to have to be between because I don't want you.
No, man, Mannings, may I talk to you and you just explain to you. Let me talk to you and just explain. Mannings, man, look a bit. I don't want him to leave, so just look a bit.
Yeah, man, I can't have deal with you.
Oh, all right.
When
All
I
right.
tell this man facts, he can't even understand facts. Me I say to him, Jamaica social economic, but what people can afford. We don't have and like you can take a train and travel 100 miles, and it's not an issue. Nice train, Jamaica is not like that. It's bus, it's expensive, it's tiresome for footballers travel so far. I may explain the reasoning behind where he can have a different reason, but him can't be making it sound like the reason why we have him alone have sense and nobody else now have no sense. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, come on.
Okay,
The truth is, we should have, based on how poor Jamaican football people play football is, we should have one at every parish. That is what really would have helped. But we can't.
Okay, right. So let me explain that, because for the people who may not understand, the reason why Jamaica would probably need more facilities than what France have is because the socio-economic condition of Jamaica is so poor that if you have one in Kingston, a, a whole set of people going to be disenfranchised. So the more you have, it will be better, because the access to it becomes easier. That is the reality, because just our commute is very difficult, right? Some of you know that if you don't have a car in Jamaica, to move from, say, let's give a community, to move from Blackness, a place in Westmoreland called Blackness, to St. Catherine, if you don't have a car, is extremely, extremely, extremely difficult. It's extremely difficult because of just the commute. One, to move from there, where to get a bus to get there, so people get there late. So the people from Blackness, as an example, would find it easier to go to a Frome if that was there,
Yes.
right? Which is the idea Mr. Speed is saying.
Right.
Because
And even if you
financial,
add a car, you see, you know how expensive it is to drive from there to come Kingston. Even if you add a car.
yeah.
The expense is like to come, and you couldn't come there. The whole idea of our technical center is for kids to be there every single day training. That's the whole idea. And that's what we really want, to have facilities near to everybody. We can get a good facilities, cheap, free or cheap, to be able to train, so we can turn over every single talent we can.
yeah. But I also understand, in an ideal situation, what Ryan says would make sense, that if you get $10 million, instead of making 10 things for $1 million, spend the $10 million on one project, and the project would look better. So you
But
understand?
you remember I said it's a medium to a long-term objective, I never
Yeah.
said we're going to spread out the thing one time. We're going to build them one by one. There's one more right away, ready to go, and then after that we move on to the second one. So it's not like we're going to try to build 100 of them at $5,000 each. I never said that. I don't know why he's trying to insinuate that what I said. I never said that.
Yeah. All right, Siobhan, anything you have to say? But I think, Mr. Speed, listen, to me, these are steps in the right, direction. You understand me? I've been telling you already, so you're right, say already, say they know the sponsor for the things.
See, yeah.
But
So why is he going on now like we're not, since he know everything, but him still have put a spin on it, that him carry on his program, this negativity thing all the time. I said, look here, we're not there yet. We're working towards it. Even something that Cataract said about the people from the parish work at JFF. There's only one person that was a parish president that worked at the JFF now. One, and in contract soon up. So the people who are employing there are professional people. And as I said before, he asks if we have job description. It's an insult, really. Yes, everybody have job description.
Cataract talking. Cataract.
Yeah. So we keep on saying these things, and when we try to explain, the people try to say something else. We fudge what they're trying to say, because some of these things is so ridiculous. The general secretary who is there now is a professional person. No, really, is a football person like that. We do have some very good people in certain positions at the JFF that works very well, know what they are supposed to do. And yes, we had issues, but we start to fix them. And it's going to take a while to fix them. It's not going to fix one time. It's going to take a while to fix them. And so when I'm trying to explain something, they're not trying to go with the facts. They're just trying to, get likes. But
All right, we have Soldier from England on the line. Soldier.
Yes, to everybody. Yeah, me I listen to the conversation, but Mr. Speed, when more time when like Ryan and people them talk, sometimes if it's nobody want to run, man, stand up and talk to them and they might explain.
No, I wasn't running. I've never run from nobody yet. I wasn't running. I was just making them out
because to see Ryan say you know why you to me
I
Ryan
wasn't
say
running.
why you come off of this shit.
No, man. Nobody. If you know me, I run from nobody. I mean, you might not like what me say, but I'm not running.
But me understand when I say, but Mr. Speed, like when if more time when me hear JFF, they always complain say they don't have no money, and I always wonder why, because don't FIFA not give you 280,000 every 3 months. Plus, if you check that fee here, 1.5 million that fee here, we not get that from FIFA.
No, man. We get more than that from FIFA, man. Much more than that. But we get more than that from FIFA.
Right.
No, hold on, Carlton. Let him finish.
No, man. That time I like talk to you because you talk the truth.
All right,
you're talking truth, Mr.
So
Speed.
Carlton, let me tell you the thing work. It's like I'm saying, much more money. You can't go on. You have to make him go and talk so we can know how much money. You just skip over the things. So that's easier. Carlton, man. We want to know how much money the man them get Carlton and you rush the thing, man.
Yeah, but we get money for Wally for different. We get money for Wally for different things, man. But it's all on the FIFA website. And I like me can't hide how much we get. Nobody can hide it. Sometimes we don't get all of what is there because of different reasons. But look here, Carlton. That amount of money is still not a lot of money. Because just the other day we chartered a flight to Mexico. That's a lot of it, So because we really wanted to win, so we can go in the Nations League semi-final. But we didn't win. But we did well, but we didn't win. So some of the time when and for like Nation League, we don't get any money, right? We don't really get any money. So these money we say we get a lot of time. Some like for instance, FIFA sent 120,000 US, and that was earmarked to play the Women's Premier League. So all of that money have to be spent there. So when we get the money, we get it in our buckets. We have an next 110,000 to spend on the Women's Tier 2 League. So we get these money in our buckets. We can't use it to do anything else. So some of the time we even have money in the bank account, but we just can't touch it because of the reason why it is here. So they are always specific. So we get money for traveling, for international matches, some money we just have to use for that purpose. Of course, they also give us some other money that we can use it for general purpose like LPS salaries also. So that's how we get the money in buckets. But we do get much more money than a million a year. But it's just not enough. We have 11 teams. And to prepare 11 teams, PSL running organization is really hard some of the time. So as for the development money, which I think is 3 million for the next 4 years, I can't remember if it's 4 years.
3 million US.
Yeah, that is the money we can spend on the project. You understand? So while we might do that one in the next 4 years or so, then when we get the other 3 million, we spend it on the other one. So it's not like we're going to build 5 venues out of the 3 million. Nothing like that. We're going to build an acceptable venue.
Because the money is over a certain period, 4 years. All right, go ahead now, Carlton. I say you have to get the information, Carlton. One question, we need to find out why they don't get some of the money now, because Carlton. Here's the thing now. You know that I did a show earlier this year now, where places like Mexico and the USA, every dollar that FIFA made available, them country that you get it, So so FIFA had, like, as an hypothetically speaking, $5 million available for different things for the year. Do you know that, like, Mexico, USA, Canada, them use everything. They tap into every cent. Every time they were supposed to call for money, they call for it. And them no need it. We want to know how come Jamaica I leave money on the table. But Carlton, go ahead. Hold on, Carlton.
Yeah, me understand when I say money, man, because the problem is the money where them do. Mr. Speed was a president, so Mr. Speed know that back in the days and maybe now same way. the parish president them still maybe not get money to do as development at them pitch and do certain work in the era. Maybe see where right now the parish, maybe don't mind chat, maybe right now if somebody parish president then they don't get $1.
No. Hold on, Carla. As with any money that FIFA give us, we have to tell them what we're going to do with it. So if we say we're going to give it to parish to run certain competitions, or give them for help with administration, that's what we have to do it. So no, it's not true that they don't get money. They do get money for projects. They don't get money to spend as they would like. It is always for specific projects. So like under 15 boys coming up now, we want to have a talent identification for all under 15 boys in Jamaica. So we're going to run a competition. So the parishes will get money to run that particular competition. So that is how they get money.
Mr. Speed, question on that, if you don't mind. Let's say you allocate 100,000 US to a parish for them to run a youth tournament. What kind of assurance that you guys have that particular association would use that 100,000 only towards that youth competition?
Well, we have a robust system now. They have to send us in the bills after they finish. So that is our way. It's similar to what FIFA does us, all the money that we spend, we have to account for it to FIFA that they give us. It's the same thing we practice with the parishes. Once we give you money, you have to account for it. So even in the Women's Premier League, which we got, I think we get about 700,000 each one of the clubs. I mean, declare interest, Cavalier as a club in the Women's Premier League, but everybody gets about 700,000. We all had to send in bills to the JFF for them to give us second chance of money and the third chance. So that is how it actually works with the parishes. Just as how FIFA works with us, the JFF works with the parishes and the clubs.
Okay, understand.
Why, Carter? Anything else you want to say, Carter?
Yeah, man. Because a lot of things, Mr. Speed, which I know, but me not you, because you never really have the time. So me not do the next man from them. What happened in the next man organization for not you with it. Me only can knock you with in a year time. So it's true, me don't know much about you in a year time. Me have to go with where you say no. But back then, you know, because you was one of the president, you know how things used to run. A whole heap of foolishness used to run with the JFF money then,
No. When me was the president at I was the president at Kingston and St. Andrew Football Association.
St. Andrew, yeah.
Right. Not the JFF. I just want to make it clear. Me and Captain Bird couldn't agree none at all. So me don't know nothing happened up at JFF. Me just make that very clear. Me and him couldn't agree none at all. Me and him, every time we got a board meeting, the board meeting usually about me and him. I got it head to head. So it was that case where nothing happened at that. But from the checks that we have gone through and what I've seen, we can categorically state here, I have never seen, you might disagree with how the person spend the money, but I've never seen Jamaica have enough money so people can, what people like say, take it away. There's never enough money. I don't know of it. I know of like people in the football have to be going in their pockets and spending their own money to help out situations over and over. Captain Bird did it. Me have to do it a couple of times too. When I was there, I went as HOD and we now have no money. I have to take out my credit card. So I've never seen that what people talking about. They're speculating. I've seen the audited financial statements. I've never seen them qualify them because of stuff like that. I don't know where that comes from. It's just a thing that people start to talk, and the more people talk it, some other people talk it again. But the truth is there's no money in football. As far as I know, the only person who make money out of football is the ones who sell there. Otherwise, there's no money in football in Jamaica.
No, but I never blame in a captain alone. Even in the organization and captain lows, me see things happen where I just as me say because true me not go call name because you man there, me like that behind a person. When me have proof to certain things.
I mean, I see you wrong. I just never see it. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just.
All right, Carlton. Yeah, man, we're going to run it now. Go ahead.
Yeah, right.
No, man, final thing and then we can go. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Speed, yeah, man. So, as I say, I love things that go on, but when we see and answer for, but since with this gentleman come you there, me say me can't knock you because me don't know, but me can talk about when me see happen when during Mr. Baskill time when me see with my two eye, even at the parish level them.
Carlton, you say you never don't call no name, now you call name, you know. Come on, Carlton.
No, because what happened? Me say 9 times, me not call no name. Me not, I don't call no name, you know. Me say,
Yo, Carlton to MC, man. You want to MC. Yo, Carlton, you see what you see here, man. So one day, just call me and me you talk. But you know you can't talk something for the year. All right, Carlton.
Carlton, we got
Mr. Speed. When you come to England, me have to make sure when you drive contract, me drive contract and me slung and show you something.
You know, somebody in England for 6 weeks last year, man, and I never see it. I mean, it was it HO.
Listen, this is not greetings around the world, man. Yeah, Mr. Speed, I've got to do no greetings around the world when a different sponsor. Big up yourself.
Yeah, man. Give Mr. Speed number. Before you go manage, man.
Yeah, man, you must send it on to you, man. No way. Yeah, man. Just call man.
Before you go manage, man. Tell Michael Polo, say, if he call me here, because I never know him going with that thing. Because me and him man used to play ball together.
Oh, so yeah, and him play for JD for true, no. All right, cool.
Tell him to give me a call.
Definitely. All right, then. Cool, Carlton.
I am Mr. Speed. And big up him and the rest of my name on the panel.
Yeah, man.
God. All right, don't say me not calling him, and he want calling him. He want to say me not calling him, but and he calling him. But Mr. Speed, Fabula, welcome to the show. But Mr. Speed, did FIFA appoint an accountant to work with the JFF just to keep things in order until such and such time, because you guys are still under tight financial constraint?
Yeah, we are on what you call, there's a word for it.
Because normally, you know, at the state that Jamaica is in, you know, what they call the committee that is running Trinidad football.
No, nobody heard that. Nobody has spread up. No, lie. No. Nobody go there. No, man is man.
What me gonna say?
You know what you gonna say.
No, you don't know what me gonna say.
Man is man. Don't do it.
No, you don't know what me gonna say.
Me know what you gonna say.
You don't know.
So right now we're under financial restriction, right? When you say Trinidad, you talk about normalization.
We are not under normalization.
We're not nowhere near that. Don't use that word.
I wasn't going to say that.
We're not. Where are you? So, see, 2-1 type in it, Fresh God and Stefan, even them know what you don't say.
No, man. So, here's what I'm saying, though. I'm saying that normally, and this is credit to FIFA for working with Jamaica. We're not in the state that Trinidad is in. But normally, when we go through that, they have brought in normalization committee. So it's a good thing that they have not gone and done that, but they have put.
But we're not. But I want to correct you, see.
Okay.
We're not near that for them to do that.
Okay.
So it's a whole different thing. I mean, in our case, right? Everybody know the issues that we have. We're in financial but let me forget what the word is, right? Restriction. That's the word, financial restriction, right? So what is happening is that we're working our way out of it. I think we'll be appraised soon to take ourselves out of that particular position. And they ask if we want them to send a financial person. We say yes. I mean, it's just like when we also asked to change the constitution and we ask them for help. Everybody's walking around and say, FIFA come and change the constitution. Yes, they come and help us, and they were insistent that we do certain things, but it was we who asked them for help in the first place. So
okay.
I mean,
okay.
So it's good. So he's good. He's here.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't have issues because look here. All right. Contrary to where the argument when enough people attack, based on how FIFA operate now, you can't do anything with FIFA money but spend it out and tell you to spend it. If you don't, you get yourself in a serious trouble and you don't get any more.
Okay.
So we had some issues. And we had them working through the issues. They're making us better. We're making changes to our accounting. We're trying to get additional persons to work in there. So, and they'll be here holding our hands. There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay. All right. We have a question online, but we have our next Omar. Formula, how you doing? I know you're trying to ask a couple of questions. Go ahead, Mr. Speed is here.
Yeah, man, good day to everybody. Big up Shavan, big up Mannings, and big up Sir Speed.
Respect.
Question. You just said something that piqued me interest a while ago. And truth be told, I've heard you with saying this previously. Was it, I want to know the honest God Almighty truth. Was it FIFA who initially said that JFF needs to change their constitution and then you guys asked help or requested help from FIFA, or were you guys the one who took the initiative to say the constitution need to change?
We asked for their help.
So they did not say to you prior.
They wasn't forcing us to do anything. We asked for them.
So they didn't ask you guys to change it or request that you guys change it?
No. We asked for their help. Just listen carefully. We asked for their help. They insisted on some things when we do the constitution. I don't know if that makes sense. So we doing it a particular way, and they said no.
Okay.
We want it to go in a direction. So they insisted on us doing some things a different way from how we were going to do it. But we asked for the help first. And then once they came on board, then take the steering.
You need to make these things clearer, Mr. Speed.
I was very clear. But you see, some people
what he's saying is that given what we have been hearing prior, not now he's talking. Yeah. Right, that's what I meant, right, Formula? Given what we have been hearing prior, you have just made it clear. No, Mr. Speed. I think that's
because I mean, even when he explains these things, I don't know if me dunce or him not articulate himself 100% to the team. But
no, it's not. I wouldn't say anybody dunce. It's just that sometimes some concept not easy to understand. You see, once me give them the steering, they must steer. That's it. So me, I drive my car, and me pick you up on the road and me give the steering, and you are steer. And they are the ones who have the expertise and the understanding and was able to say to us, listen, like let me tell you like a simple one. Like they say, listen, work with a slate voting block. We were going to do individual voting, individual person put up themselves in each position. They said it don't work in a certain confederations or in a certain type of environment. Work with a block, because if you don't work with a block, you'll find say people different people are voted in, and then they must have gridlock at the board level because they're all different. You understand? So those are some of the things that can guide us with.
Okay, so basically, the JFF wanted to change how things were.
Yes.
They asked for assistance from FIFA. FIFA said, okay, but we insist. We are going to assist you, but we are insisting on these things. In other words, you have to change this, you have to change this, you have to change this, you have to change this. So basically at that point,
and also the
assistance, you really had no choice but to make the changes that they insisted on.
And then also the timeline, this new constitution was based on what we were doing, was supposed to go for the next general election. That is the one.
Okay, but
they said no, it has to be for this one. So they insisted.
So we can walk away from this conversation today and say one of the reasons it was FIFA's insistence that led to the constitution changing for this election cycle.
Yes.
Because the JFF would have done it after this election cycle. Right?
I see one person I talk about Robin. I can't bother.
About Robin?
Yeah, somebody named Sure Improvement. Him sound like him. I mean, we have to take the argument down to a little level more time. We are trying
but that is fun. If you pay attention, hey, Mr. Speed, I'll meet the people them.
Man, I can't ignore them because you come about conversation.
Hey, Mr. Speed, there's somebody that you know that when he comes on the program, a long time come, he call me all devil.
Yeah, but
and he doesn't know that I know him,
Yeah,
Him
but
don't know
sometimes
what
you
I
want
doing.
to
And I'm
elevate the
going to start.
conversation. Sometimes
Yeah,
you want to elevate the conversation, and you know, that's not
yeah.
it.
But
Part
Formula,
and parcel, Mr. Speed. Part and
yeah,
parcel.
yeah. I mean, yeah.
But me can ask this other question, Mannings.
Go ahead.
Well, not even really a question. Truth be told, is may have some other questions that may ask Mr. Speed, but it's not really a question this still. More of to say this because the rhetoric around the Jamaica Football Federation and its finances, I think we as Reggae Boys fans, we need to be a little bit more responsible sometimes, and I think that is very important in helping the football to move forward as well, in terms of us as fans conducting ourselves in a certain manner. Because one of the main rhetorics I often hear about the Jamaican Football Federation is that, oh, them are getting money from FIFA. So how them hold on there. Yeah, them a get a ton load of money from FIFA. So how is it that them have financial problems? See? And when I always I say to people is that the fact of the matter is we don't know the overheads of the Jamaica Football Federation, right? We don't know, just how much it costs to run the federation on a yearly basis. Mr. Speed just just alluded to, them getting money and they have to use it for specific purposes. And obviously, if I'm not mistaken, it would be fraud if they were to use it for other purposes. So all of these things we really and truly don't know as fans, but we get up and say, oh, the JFF get 2 million a year from FIFA, a whole heap of money that, but a whole heap of money it costs for run a federation as well.
Yes.
Seeing?
Yeah.
And
I
what more want to say is that we'll beat the fans now where that is concerned, but it would be good if the federation, even though I know that they purport to be a private entity, it would be good if as a body that, even though they're a private entity, it is a body that the nation, how should I put this? The nation basically, it's a private company for the people and basically. It would be good if they could do like what some companies do or some organizations do and release financial statements and make their financials public. It would, I've said this to Mr. Speed prior, that they need to go about, the federation need to go about, or to go about basically building the trust of the people in the federation and also building the trust of corporate Jamaica in the federation. If the JFF made the financials public, that would be a massive step in terms of garnering trust and garnering support.
I don't know.
All right. Hold on, Mr. Speed. Let me say something because I see a whole heap of fights going on in the comment section. People, first thing, right? When we have this show, it's really supposed to discuss the on the field footballing issue. We have gone into and I facilitate it, right? But listen, you have to in the comment section, you have to understand that you all have different opinions. All right. Personally, I have no issue with vloggers. Every vlogger is needed in this space, regardless of how one person sees them. So Ryan and I, we communicate very well. All right. So Ryan and I, we don't have an issue. Ryan does his show one way, I do mine one way. We facilitate each other. In the comment section, please do that. I don't want one subscriber disrespecting a next subscriber. Right? The truth is, Mr. Speed don't have to participate in this part of the show because we are specific in terms of what we're going to discuss. All right? So here is the thing. He is facilitating the discussion. All right? So let's appreciate that and keep it at a level without descending into chaos and disrespect. I beseech you all, by the mercies of the Creator God and Maker of all mankind. We also have Peter on the line, but Peter, I'm going to let Mr. Speed respond to Formula, and then I'll come to you, and then we're going to take a break, and then we will come back because we have a next show with big monies available later. All right, Luton Fire, come on and bless up the show. Let's keep it blessed, man. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Mr.
man.
Speed. Respond to
No, no.
Formula.
I mean, a Formula always asks this question, but the truth is, Formula. I remember I was a treasurer for JFF for about 3 years, and when I left, I actually published financial statement for 10 years or until I left. So that's the only occasion I know it was published in the Gleaner. I don't know if it was ever published. I was working at the Gleaner and I get a good rate. I don't know if it was ever published that public again, but our financial statement is public knowledge. It's on we send it to FIFA and it's on the website there. I mean, it's not like we don't have it.
Mr. Speed, it not up on the website. Make up on the website, me not see it, boss.
You know, see, I don't know. May I have to go check out why you won't see it. But I thought all the MA accounts was published on the website. No, we just get up back our website. We soon launch it again, so it will be there in the future. So even if you don't see it nowhere else, it will be there in the future. I'm just saying it will be there. But one thing I can assure you, we have audited financial statement every single year. And last year is being finalized now. So that is, we're up to date. As a matter of fact, if you know FIFA operate, we must send it to them every single year. So those things are done and they would scrutinize it, ask what they want to ask. Every single month we have to send them a report about what happened to the bank accounts, how much money we spend in it, etc. They will send back and ask about any item that we would have spent, ask for the details, ask for the bill. So that is how it goes now. So if you just understand how FIFA work now, they have people set up to monitor each MA, all the money that they give them, how they spend it. That is done like on a monthly basis. So there's
Let me
no
ask you, Mr. Speed. You never answer my question. Is Kyle, the link is pinned, Kyle. Just you can click on it. Is somebody from a FIFA appointed person a
Yes,
part
it's
of
here.
the
Yes,
right?
they are here now. Probably will stay a year because what is happening, and it's just like any other business. If
So
you're struggling,
FIFA put an independent person in the accounts department at the JFF.
no, the person is not in the accounts department. They come down as a financial consultant because we are on restricted finance because we were not getting out our reports on time, etc. And the person is here to help us streamline and make sure that we have financial governance going forward. That's what the person is here for.
Okay, all right. Peter, we have Peter online. Let me just run to
Sorry,
Peter.
just before let me explain further. What they're going to be doing is making sure, say, all of the financial policies, we know what they are and how to operate. So that is what.
Oh, all right. Go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, man, and greetings again to you and your panelists and your subscribers and viewers and commenters. Mr. Speed, I've said this a few times, but I never said this to your face, man. I think you ought to be commended on the work you're doing for the JFF. I believe that you are an honorable person. And one time I called a platform and I said, at the very least, you should be commended because people were saying you're a liar. And they said, I'm your brother. I don't know you from Adam. But
they say you're a bootlicker, man. You're a bootlicker, Peter. That's what they say.
Honestly, man, Mr. Speed is one of the man that if when I come to Jamaica, I would, try to meet him and shake his hand because I think he's doing a tremendous job not only for the football, man, but for the country. I mean, he has other hats that he wears as well, right? So, Mr. Speed, in saying all of that, I am excited about Hal Grimson and the prospects of Jamaican football. And when I watched in Mexico the other day, I think it's probably the first time, maybe in a long time, that I see a Jamaican team that up to the last minute that possibly could have won the game. So I am very intrigued to know, because I don't think the fans really appreciate the work that was put into hire this coach. And I don't think we realize that we have landed gold with this coach. So can you, without giving too much away, explain how some of the inner workings and the behind the scenes workings of landing Mr. Al Grimson to the program?
Just say the unseen work, not behind the scenes, the unseen work.
So what I'm missing, you see, I was trying to explain to some people sometime that sometimes when you make decisions all in your personal life, and JFF is no different, economics play a big part in decision that you make. Because if you see, if you don't have the money, you have to buy what you can afford. So, but also we were trying to ensure that local coaches, we're trying to build local coaches. So we started a coaching program, etc., and trying to give them opportunities. But the truth is, when you look at it, we were failing, right? We were dropping in our rankings. We haven't qualified for World Cup, since 2011. So we had to go on a worldwide search to see if we can get, not somebody who will get our results every year and year, because we do get those, but somebody that will get our results on a sustainable basis and improve us. Now for the last, if you look at since 2002 was the last time any other country won the World Cup, except a European country. So we were determined to say, we always has gone to South America, which is the next continent that wins the World Cup, and they have won it now 10 times against Europe, and was won it 12. But for the last 4 installations of the World Cup, till Argentina break the cycle, it was European team. So we recognize that Europe was really the place that was turning out the best coaches, keep having the new world trends. If you even look at the European world teams in club, they are the best all over the world. So we were determined to hire a coach from in the European Confederation. So we did it was like a worldwide search. We got coaches from all over the world applying. We had even another coach that we were looking at that was coaching the team, but again, the coach was part-time. So we wanted to have a full-time coach. So, so we looked at what happened in 2018, and we said, okay, maybe that is a coach. Coach who coaching in the last 2018 World Cup would have been the coach who were keeping up with the trends. I mean, we did a program about trends last, and when we did it Monday one, so you can go back and watch that program and you will understand what I'm saying about trends. So what we really had to do was look for a coach who was modern, right? Who knew what the trends were now and not thinking about what the trends were 20 years ago. A lot of people still harping on the 1982 Brazil team, which, Brazil hasn't won any World Cup figure since 2002. So there maybe something is wrong. And I had traveled to Spain a couple years, I think 2018, 2019. So I really had a close link with some of the people in that era. So I made some calls in that era and started to talk about all the coaches that coached in the 2018 World Cup. And this coach name came up. One of the good things about this coach was that, it was nothing short of extraordinary what he did with a population of 340,000 persons, which is less than the amount of people that live in Clarendon, right? They were also going through a financial crisis when they were trying to qualify for the World Cup. So their resources also would have been limited to what they are going to use to try to get to the World Cup. So, and that is why this coach was so attractive. So when we made contact with him, well, I made contact with him first. The truth is, we didn't sell him the money, because this coach could earn much more money anywhere else. What we sold him was the project and the whole idea that him could take us to the World Cup. Probably big up his resume, and that's where it started. I didn't know what to say. Yeah.
Mr. Speed, how difficult was it to land him, and how many conversations or meetings you had to have with him?
Well, a lot of people, you see my other job, where the real job where I make a living from, I was always negotiating with people from I was about 23 years of age. So I'm very skillful in negotiation. So I mean, you just probably have to talk. And most time, even if people don't talk these things, I'm the one who get the most sponsorship in Jamaica as an individual to sponsor football, right? I remember getting like 300 million one evening when Bora came here for the JFF. So Kasafa, I was the top man. I got Clara and all those sponsorships. So people don't talk about that other side of me because them try to see one side. But the truth is, if you just let me in the door and talk to me, you're not going to tell me no when to finish. I've always done that over the years. So once the coach start talking to me, I know he wasn't going to tell me no. I have that little thing about me in terms of negotiation. So that's what happened.
Yeah. All right.
Hey, I think
Go
I
ahead.
speak. Yeah, I think I speak to a lot of fans, Mr. Speed. We even though you hear a lot of negative, but from some people, I believe majority of us really appreciate what you're doing, and thank you, man. Because I think with this coach, we're definitely going places.
Well,
Not
as you say,
only-
it's really a small percentage of persons nowadays, and but they talk loud. I mean, if you ever see me, if I go like to Draxal, for instance, it's not my team there, Mount Pleasant, and I will finish play. I can't leave there till after 2 hours after the match. People everybody just talking. They want to talk, for like hours. I'm just there talking to them. But yeah, you have a few people who want to be whatever they want to be. But I'm cool. I know what I'm doing, and I'm happy that you call. I appreciate the call a lot.
Yeah, man. Thanks.
All
Big
right.
thanks.
All right, man.
Respect.
Bless up, Peter. Yeah, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. All right. We have Reggae Boys commentary who has, Reggae Boys Supporters Club. Kyle. As Johnny show. Kyle have a lot of coaching questions for Mr. Speed. Mr. Speed, this is the person that in partnership with I Am Sure Sports that wants to do the whole coaching, providing aid for the coaches. But go ahead, Kyle. I know you have some questions.
Yeah, thank you for having me on the program, and it's good to be here with all your viewers. And again, I like to second what that gentleman has said. I mean, I've listened to Mr. Speed, from since I started watching the vloggers, and I don't agree with most. Well, no, sorry, I wouldn't say most. I don't agree with some of the stuff that he says, but I find that I agree with most of what he says. I find him to be very forthcoming, and I like his ideas, particularly in the sphere of coaching. I like him agree that if Jamaica's game is going to improve, coaching will play a key asset in getting us to that other level. So I like to commend Mr. Speed for that. And I think we have a show later, right, Mannings?
Yeah, man, we have a show later at 6:30. Big show where you're going to propose a plan to
Mr. Speed.
And help coaches to get the B license and stuff. Yeah.
Right. It's basically, from how I see it, it's going to be a diaspora-led initiative. Anybody else can come along, locals if they want to, but it's going to be a diaspora initiative, and I'm hoping to see the power of the diaspora dollar. So so people can see what the diaspora can do, and hopefully this will open eyes within the GFF. The on this topic of money though, finances. I agree with what that other caller was saying about the GFF being more transparent with its books and basically issuing financial statements yearly, quarterly, whenever, so that people can gain confidence in what they are doing. And and there's a side kick to that. Once you open your books and people see how transparent you are, people want to get involved and support what you're doing. That's just business. The more hidden you are with your quote unquote financial agenda, is the more people stay back and say, no, why should I jump into this entity that's not transparent? What are you hiding? Basically, that's how people look at it. And let me just throw a little side punch to you. I mean, everybody knows now. It's common knowledge that B2 Sports was basically contracted to do the Adidas deal with the GFL. So the question is, how much is B2 Sports getting and how much is the GFF getting? Is it equitable? That's a big question coming from a supporter. But anyway, like I said,
Well, no, but let me answer you. As I said, let me answer you. Yes, they are on commission. So whenever we get paid, they do get some money. But before this deal, the deal that we had before for Gears, regardless of how you coin it, we
The
didn't get
Umbro
any
deal?
cash. No, well, yeah, we didn't get any cash. We only got the gears.
Equipment.
Yeah.
Okay.
So coming from a position where it was
Oh,
not
so the
getting any
previous
cash.
deals that we had, we never got cash. We only got
The last
equipment.
one was no cash. There was cash before
Okay.
the deal before we got some cash, but it was peanuts compared to what we're
Okay.
getting now.
Okay, interesting. Go ahead.
So even so some of the time you can't be looking what the other person's earn. I think it's a little high. But based on what we are earning, that is what is more important from the deal. So that is why we took the deal. So you could say you don't want it and get zero, or you pay a little premium for a better deal, which is what we got. So even like now, the word is that we are outselling like Italy in terms of jersey, and we are supposed to get commission off those sales too.
Right.
So the deal is the greatest deal we have ever gotten for apparel equipment. This is the best deal we've ever gotten, and it's not the best deal
Right.
by a yard.
Right.
It's the best deal by a country mile.
Right.
And that is but that is in comparison to what we had prior.
Previously, which is nothing. So basically, what Mr. Speed is saying, if we get a little something, is better than the nothing that we got.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying this deal, let me not use a country mile. This deal is better by traveling on a plane and go somewhere far.
All right.
This is a major majority. As a matter of fact, the money is what we use to finance a lot of our grassroots and our development projects, the money that we get. So it's a good amount of money. I don't want to tell you how much it is.
All right.
We get it quarterly. Plus, we're going to be getting commission on every shirt that is sold overseas. That was never in any deal before.
But
Can I ask a question?
Too many things. Just hold on. I want to
Hold on, gentlemen. Me and Mr. Speed. When I'm done, then I'll give you the floor. Give me one more question.
Right, go ahead.
Please, Cataract.
Go ahead, Kyle.
All right, Mr. Speed. So basically, it goes back to what I was saying. You're getting the money in, fine. We don't mind. We like that. But again, transparency dictates that you have financial statements so the public can see how well you're doing or how bad you're doing, to reinforce that positivity that we as a public can say, okay, we can support this.
And I'll say it again.
That's it.
The website is up now. We're getting our website back on track because it was down for a couple of years. Our financial statement will be posted on the website every year. And we'll go back and I'll tell them, I'll respectfully ask them to post probably the last 5 years, just to make sure it's not a 1 year.
Mr. Speed.
That website has been going up for the last couple of years.
Yeah, but why bother go back over that?
It's good. Formula.
No, Mr. Speed, it's very important, Mr. Speed. It's very important.
Formula. What I'm saying. No, hold on. Just hold on, Mr. Speed. Formula. They said that they admit that it has been down. They admit that it should not have been down. They say that in a couple of weeks it will be up. I think we should save that discussion. If we don't see it up by a certain time, then we can say, you understand me? But here's a couple of things I want to say, and then I'll Ketara, just give me you're on. Yeah, man, I see your finger up on Shavan. Let me say a couple of things. Number one, all right? Now, I think Danica Knight asked, the last time I see our national team post stuff, I saw a next company ball on the official video from the GFF Instagram. All right? I think you need to check that out. Because if you're going to post a video the kind of football that you use in training, it's very important. I don't know if it was a blunder or something, but the football that were being used by the national team does not represent, right? So what the person is asking in football is involved in it. You can answer that after Ketara. The other thing I'll say is that, listen, so when I started my time in this leadership capacity that I have, 350 people around, between 300 and 200, and I was very young when I started, all right? One of the first things I did was in a desire to be transparent, and this is a real story. I told everyone everything in a big meeting, all right? So when persons were hearing about 10 million and 15 million and 20 million and 1 million and 2 million, there was a big block of people who received it so wrong because they thought that was a lot of money, and it went it went downhill because some people don't understand how money works. So they will hear, for example, oh, you just received $10 million, and you say you have rent and salaries. So in their head, their rent is $15,000. So when they think about rent, they think about 15,000. So when you tell them that you just get $10 million and you pay rent, and you pay salaries, in their head, they don't see $1 million salaries or $1 million rent. They see $1,000 salaries and $1,000 rent. So here's what they say. So what happened to all the money? The point I'm making is that, yeah, transparency is important, but not everybody can know everything, because sometimes when everybody knows everything, many people get more perplexed and confused and create more disorder than say, okay, now I understand. So that information must be properly managed, especially when it comes down to money in the culture that we are in. Unfortunately, I don't like to say this, but I don't think as a culture, as a people, inclusive of me, the majority of us are at the level intellectually to put figures together and operate sensibly. We just want to hear $50 million and everybody get mad. Look how much money them have. 50 million Jamaican dollars is not even $1 million US. It's not a lot of money. $50 million can buy a good house in Jamaica right now. All right? So let me just tell you that.
After Cataract, I would like to respond.
So Malins, I was going to pose a question to Mr. Speed, but you just shocked me. Sir, every year, this country listens to a budget of over hundreds of billions of dollars, and many in the country understand what it means.
Oh, no.
Hold, please, I waited, please. If you say I get $50 million with a big announcement, then you will get that reaction. Firstly, you have to say 50 million Jamaican dollars or 50 million US dollars. Secondly, you have to indicate, not me have to pay rent and salary. You have to say, this is the income side of the budget and this is the expenditure side. Rent is $250,000 per month. That means that after 10 months, the money done. So what we do in Jamaica is announce what we get. We don't look at and say, okay, this is the side of expenditure, and so people can properly compute. Yes, many people in their households won't have $1 trillion budget like we do, but they have 100,000 budget, and they understand if you have 100,000 and rent is 20,000, that after 5 months the rent will eat up the whole of the money. So I think we need to pay our people that respect money. That transparency means that you're transparent throughout, so that the public can then join
Cataract.
and connect the dots. Hold on, sir.
Cataract. No, but may I have to interrupt you because you're saying some things that I did not say.
You did not say them, which is important.
But Cataract, you're addressing what I said, and you are saying things that I did not say. You are saying that transparency is important. At no point did I say that we are not supposed to be transparent. At no point did I say that. So I don't know how that come into the argument.
No. I didn't say you said you did not say transparency is to be important. So
But
please
you're
don't.
responding to what I
No,
said.
I know it's Easter, but don't try to play Jesus on the cross. I
So-
am saying
so-
that you can't have transparency with a dark tinted window that only some people can see in the car and everybody else can't. That's my analogy.
So
I'm saying
first of all, it's a man's man before I don't even know why anybody believe that I don't believe in that transparency. I don't even know why. I don't even know nobody. I don't know nobody in this world like me. I pay my taxes every year. I account for everything. I don't break any rule. So when you keep on preach these things, I'm wondering who really talk about.
It's
I
not
mean,
you,
it can't be me. Or
It's not
I
you.
try to convince me.
It's not you. It's
Yes, that can't be me. I don't know. No. Hold on, let me finish.
No, man, hold on,
Let me
Mr.
finish. Let me
Speed, hold
finish.
on. Let's see one thing. No, man,
Right.
Mr. Speed, me have to address this.
No, me
because-
have to finish this. But so
No, me need to finish this because somebody had challenged me in the comment section.
No, man. It's not
No. Listen, no. Listen, where I live in Jamaica, Stefan Wright, you cannot get the cheapest house in there for under 30 million Jamaican dollars. Cannot. Even a one bedroom, you can't pay that fee. You can't pay less than $30 million for a one bedroom, one bathroom, kitchen, living room, and a veranda.
Man, just relax, the man.
No, I tell it. No. After me.
Yeah, Mannings, a lot of person.
No. We have to make this clear because
make it clear.
We need to make it clear because
And you don't work with JFF, but you can live there, so don't.
People.
Me just want to know so you don't work with JFF.
Money, you can't take them little money serious, serious. Come on, man.
Man, me just want to know so you don't work with JFF.
Anyway,
you know why you say that man bank come on make them know that me don't work with JFF. You'll never see a check over the pay to me for nothing at all. But we just move on because you know what I want to talk about next week. You say, sir, you know what I want to talk about. Now do a license course next year, right? Hold on, man. I want to talk about something serious, man. I just want because somebody.
I'm not joking. We are talking about.
I'm just trying to say nobody don't need to convince me about transparency. Me tell you, say me are the only one who published 10 years at JFF accounts. Me, Rudolph Speed, when me was the treasurer. So we don't want nobody. And when we go there, when we go there, the account was 3 years behind. And before me leave, me carry up to date. I just want to say those things so people understand the type of person me is. When it comes to transparency, I'm my middle name. So don't try to preach to me. Me tell you what we are going to do already. And me want to talk about the coaching where the man come on to talk about because me think so that will help Jamaica more than what we are talking about. But I mean, it's up to you.
But I had a question that I was asking about the kit deal, Mr. Speed. Respectfully, I just Manning's question, and I wanted to ask.
And the government has spent $1 trillion for the first time this year and next year. $1 trillion at the budget.
Yes, but I wanted to ask. So my question related to the kit deal is part A. Can you tell us how many match day shirts are available? Could people mute their mic, please, while we think? How many match day shirts are available to the team for a competitive match on match day? One, as part of the deal for the senior men's team. Per team.
I understand, yeah.
How many shirts are available as part of the deal on a match day? How many shirts are provided by the sponsor for the senior men's national team for a match day? And the question is asked in the light that
the sponsor provide a shirt. What you want to carry? We have trailer load of shirt.
Match day shirt, not replica shirts, you know.
Trailer load of shirt.
Trailer load. Okay.
Yes.
So the question. Thank you very much. The question then would be, why is it that the names of the
I don't know that. That's operational. Me not deal with operation. Me have policy.
yeah,
Me
but
deal with operation.
you just said that everything in football, right?
Yeah, but that's operational. Me don't want to go and put no name in a shirt back. Policy. So
Okay,
so what the question should be, could you make it a policy so then put the name in it? I mean, I say yes. But don't ask me about who
I'm saying because the speculation, I wanted to address the speculation because you're here to address the myth.
We have a lot of shirts. We have more than enough.
Right. So that and that is wonderful. In terms of addressing that management. And the question is it a shirt sponsorship or a kit sponsorship? Which is what I think Danisha was asking, if whether match day balls and other items are available.
I don't have a list with me. It's a kit sponsorship, but I don't have a list with me. But if balls, I don't remember seeing any balls, to be honest, when the gears come. I don't remember seeing any balls. But
no, but is that a part of the deal?
I don't have it with me. I don't have it with me.
Okay. So if when you come back, you can check if whether balls and
planchos. You know, I really check at because
we'll ask Mr. Chang those questions.
Yeah,
we can get Mr. Chang to ask him. Shavan Peart, what say you?
Yeah, my question was basically similar to what Katarak was asking.
Okay.
It was really pertaining because I was a bit concerned because I don't want it to be a situation where something like that happens and then Adidas finds offense to it. So that's the main reason why. That's the same.
Oh, you're talking, yeah. That's why I asked the question about
because I know when it comes down to sponsorship, sponsors are really tight regarding having other brands being shown. So that's the main question that I really had. To be honest.
No, you're correct, and we are very aware of those things. So we'll never do anything to upset the sponsor. But remember, we don't get all our kits yet, all the stuff that we're supposed to get. Because I remember we didn't even have enough for the cool climate gears for the under 17. So we don't get everything yet. So that is why I don't know. I can't be specific.
Okay. All right.
We are working together very well. So I'm sure anything that is missing, eventually we'll get.
All right. Just a side note, it's not regarding the kits itself, it's regarding the full sponsorship. Based on what I've seen, like in other countries, when teams are playing, you'll see the sponsors like Adidas. They on the stadium, you'll see the kits on show. Not the kits, the billboards, the side stands, the sanctions, and going. So I'm not sure if it's Adidas who provides those resources, or it's a JFF who has to go out.
No, man. Remember, you mean the games that you play in Jamaica?
Yeah.
Oh, because you know the ones that you play in Mexico.
Yeah. We have no control over that. I'm aware of that.
As I say, it's a young sponsorship. We don't have everything else yet. We're working through all of those things. It's a young, and with those boards that you're talking about, they have to look a certain way and feel a certain way for the sponsor to agree with them. So it's a work in progress. We don't reach there yet.
All right, so that's the last thing. This is just the last thing now. That's an idea because I was looking at champs that's going on now. The thing that I saw the sponsors that they put on the cycle track. I'm not sure if that's something that you guys could even show to say, hey, we can do something like this as an example. So like have a big Adidas branding on the cycle track itself and both ends behind the goals. So it's just an idea. I'm not sure if it's something that could be put forward.
Operation Chevron.
From a policy, all our sponsors. Yeah, but
answer that, Mr. Speed.
No. From a policy, no. I'm going to answer policy. From a policy level, all our sponsors should be branded around the venue.
Okay.
We do some. As I tell you already, I suspect we don't have those yet. What is
the reason? Chevron, the reason why I'm doing that is because here's the thing, Mr. Speed. Because if you can't answer policy question, operational question, and say
policy, I just answer Manning's man. We should have it.
Because we're wholly accountable,
It's policy, man. We should have.
All right. Kyle,
yes,
back
sir.
to you. Yeah.
I'm listening. I'm enjoying the conversation. Anything else?
All right, so All right.
More and talk about Kyle, more and talk to Kyle about my coaching course, you know. So only
No, but
stay there.
that is later. That is later. That is later.
I wonder why.
Welcome to I Am Sure Sports.
Yeah. Best of management.
Yeah, man. Welcome. You're live
First
on it.
thing,
Yeah.
first, been listening for a while. I want to say, I went to my first Reggae Boys match the other day. I'm 30 years old, and the YouTubers got me back interested in Reggae Boys. So I want to big up you guys.
Just want to say on
Right.
behalf of the YouTubers Association, we are expecting that you would send us a
We
token.
endorse this message.
And please know that you can deposit the money to NCB account number 0006542.
All right.
Go
So
ahead.
two things.
So
a
three
few
things, man. So three things.
Three things.
Even if, yeah.
I don't know if this would fall under policy or operational, but I know you have Adidas sponsor Mr. Speed, for kits and stuff like that. But if you notice, for even like camps, schools like JC, Calabar have branded merch, right, that people can buy and support. So is it a case where those Reggae Boys have, for example, like phone cases, water bottles, keyring, even they have custom cases for like people's earpods, stuff like that people can buy, branded Reggae Boys shirts, stuff like that people can buy to support, the team and build a kind of thing there on background the Reggae Boys while bringing in income for the JFS.
Yeah, so based on how the contract is structured, that the worldwide sales will be handled by Adidas. So they are the ones who have their online stores. So they are the ones you'll have to buy from. So you have to go on their website and buy from.
No, man, I'm not talking about Adidas brand stuff. I'm not talking about the Reggae Boys
Branded stuff. Like
No,
you
but
can
but the paraphernalia, anything that Adidas, let me just clear, anything that Adidas sell, we can do those, right? So you talk about other things.
Yeah, like key rings. Like
key rings,
somebody,
phone cases.
can somebody come up to the JFF thrift store and buy Reggae Boy key rings, souvenirs, stuff like that.
So what we're trying to do now, as I say, everything take time. We're putting a marketing department in place, and then you will see that evolve. But right now we don't have it. No.
All right. So second thing, I am someone in media, right? And over the time watching the programs and stuff, I've come up with a whole lot of ideas that I see. Even some of the things that I see JFS is saying it's impossible. I'm here mudding out like, what do you mean it's impossible? It's sing to 1 3 we made it every day. Is there a way that I can create a proposal and have it sent to you an email that I can get, that I can do a proposal with some of these ideas and send to the JFS?
Yes, and wait, if you send it to management and him get it to me, I'll get it to I use management as an agent. If you send it to management and get it to me, I can use I can send it
to the JFF. Mr. The man want to get something to the JFF. And you're telling the man to send it to management.
Yeah, man. Can you will send it to me? I mean, make sure say go reach it, JF, the right person.
Oh, the JFF people get top.
No, it's just to make sure it's reach the right person. Can you just send it to JFF and then it
But Mr. Speak, that's the question doing now. Does the JFF have a marketing where
we didn't have a marketing manager for like nearly a year and a half. And then we now have a marketing director. But you see, marketing directors work on a different level. So what we're trying to do is to get like some brand managers type or a little lower down who will get their hands dirty to fill out the department. Because one person in the department just can't work. So we are almost close to identifying some other people.
Name and number, that's what the gentleman asking for. Maybe he is willing to be that person and get his hands dirty for them.
Well, if that's what he wants, still send it. I'm going to say, still send it to management and I will get it. Yeah.
So this one is one call, and I'll get
And I
it.
will get it, and I will make sure the right person get it, because I know we're looking for that person now. We're doing interviews. I think we'll probably find a couple of people that we like.
Okay. All right.
Because one of the things we're looking at is if it is in our social media offerings. We're not satisfied with where it is. We're looking at somebody who's okay with that part. So deal with
And
the
that
website.
is something that Reggae Boy Supporters Club is willing to help you guide. You know, if you look at our website, you'll see Manning's Man, Coach, MG Sport, banners, posts upon the Reggae Boy Supporters Club. We basically plan to be a repository for all things Jamaican football, whether boys or girls, videos, you know, libraries, you know, media, name it.
Don't like you take all away with stuff them they put on your, but it's fine.
We've been doing this for years. You know what? What's funny? No. Listen to this story. Representatives of the Reggae Boys Supporters Club actually sat with the borough administration and made these proposals back in his time. We have yet to hear back from the JFF. And here we are again in 2023. And I'm listening to this gentleman basically make the same proposals. And here I am basically following up. It can be done.
All right. You see,
You know what I'm
give me, I'm going to tell you something. Just give me like.
All right,
give me-
caller.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Oh, the
So
caller
give
is
me,
gone.
give me
Because
4.
I'm-
Yeah,
I'm
fresh
video
God.
for
You're
sure.
right. But give me 4 weeks. Then you call me back. I'm gonna put you onto somebody who will be in charge of what you just talk about.
All right. Because sorry, Captain Rock. You know, let me not chime in again. As I was saying, Mr. Speed, that's why it's essential, and it's not you again about the transparency issue. You know, you do have people from the diaspora, and I'm sure at home, who is willing to go and get their hands dirty and do the work for the JFF to be successful. Nobody's watching the JFF make money, you know. The more money that the JFF has coming in, the way how we see it is, the better it is for Jamaican football. Granted, there is transparency that we can see how funds are being dispensed, how programs are being, you know, developed. So that's basically why transparency is key. And if people can't understand how money is being spent, then it's incumbent on the JFF to explain to them. So listen, this man have to get paid X amount of money. Money was spent here, money was spent there, but this is what we're doing to develop the product of Jamaican football. Cataract, the floor is yours. I'm sorry.
All right. So Cataract, I'm gonna show you. Yeah, man. I'm gonna show you some videos. I'm gonna show some videos. I just got these videos. So there are questions being raised about the interior of the center. So let me show you that.
Yeah, but man, I was going to ask you, when were these videos done? Is after we do the renovations?
Yeah, but I don't think anything is wrong. That's why I'm saying that, because I want to show the people so they can see. Because to me, it looks good, but I don't know. But this was a very good one. Fresh God said, for a man who is called Speed, you're moving rather slow on these things.
No, fresh God. Remember my portfolio technical, you know. My portfolio. But I tried, but it affects us. And once anything affects technical, me try my best to help. As I say, football are technical and finance. So if marketing give me money, we have more for development. Yeah, go
All
ahead.
right. So this is I think the dormitory. I mean, yeah, but I mean, so I this is the field area. As this is the exterior. This is the grass field. Don't know. Yeah, I think those, and then this one.
Manins, I said the feel right now looks better than it, because I was there Saturday and the feel looks better than that, what you're seeing now.
Yes, yes, so that's what I'm saying, is that make of that what you will, but I don't know. Is it
Manins, let me
say
interrupt a little. So I have gone to,
Selassie couldn't sleep on the bed there because it's
so
too tall.
Manins, I have gone to Trinidad and I've stayed at their facilities. I've gone to a lot of places. I travel and look at the facility. I've gone to Guatemala. I would say I've gone to Europe, Sweden. I've gone to Norway. I've stayed at facilities, and I looked at them. Our thing get a bad rap. Is ours are better than a lot that I've seen. Of course, there are facilities better than ours, but ours is better than a lot that I've seen. And as I told you, I've gone to a good amount of places. So as far as me is concerned, we can always improve, but the place is presentable, right?
Yeah. Cataract, you had the hand up. Cataract, your time.
Yeah, and I'm not going to comment on the video because I have, it raises some questions for me. But Mr. Speed, you see, transparency doesn't only have to do with money. For example, you just indicated that the JFF was conducting interviews for brand managers, marketing manager, not the director, right? But I'm yet to see, for example, in these very technical areas where I open the Sunday Gleaner or I go on Caribbean Jobs online and see the JFF post hiring brand manager. What brand are they managing? Marketing manager. So that they transparently, the entire country can know that the JFF is recruiting a brand manager for the Reggae Boys or the senior men's national team. Let's just or the women's the Reggae Girls. Because there are two different brands with two different brand footprints and two different markets. And so that the best and most qualified people may apply for this position, that the best available talent in the country who do marketing management and branding management, the Mona School of Business churns out annually those kinds of persons would be aware. So if something is done, and please don't jump on it, like almost like a Nicodemus in the night, and then we see a marketing manager and we say, well, was it open? Was the process open? I've not seen it. And believe you me, in another light that I have associated with, we monitor those areas that advertise for jobs. So I just wonder, was that position advertised publicly so that the best available talent would be aware and could have submitted their applications?
So there's a whole heap of different ways how you get good employees. I'll just give you an example. I've never applied for a job that I've never applied for a job in all of my life. People always come and say, I want you to come and I work for some of the best people. So there's a thing called headhunting where you have people in their jobs already, and based on what they have done, that's the person you want. So yeah, you could say, why not advertise still? But if you get where you want, why bother, right? But it's not true that the JFF has never advertised for anything. I've seen ads. You probably haven't seen it. For this particular one, I don't know if they did. No. For this particular one, I don't know if they did. But a lot of people that I know that I used to work with who are very good in the media, which I worked for 30 odd years, we see somebody over the Observer or over the Record. When I was at the Gleaner, we want them. We're not advertising for them. We just give them a phone call and say, we like how you look like a fit. Just like in football, when we want a right back, nobody advertise for a right back. They say, say this right back look good, and we give him a call and say, I want you to come on my club. Majority of good people where people employ, they never advertise for them, not even one day. They actually head on them to get the right fit. So while, yes, you could say is what the perfect world people start to put across, you must advertise and make it transparent. nobody cares about what the people care about, employer care about is getting the right person. Everybody that I've employed, most people, is people that I headhunt and say, you know something, I see you, I do X and you look like somebody that fit my thing, and me want to employ. So while you're correct to say that could be done, it is not the know it end all, of employing people, because the first rule of management is to employ good people, not to make sure that everybody have a chance. The first rule of management is to employ the best talent that you can get.
That's
and
the question.
sometimes the best talent is not the one who you advertise.
All right, hold on, Cataract. No, man, Cataract. I have to do this, right? Because I have to close the show in 10 minutes time. So I have a stopwatch right now, and I'm going to start it because it is 4 hours and 20 minutes, and we just miss a meeting and I realize so I have to leave. I have something else to do. So, Cataract.
Yeah, and
2 minutes.
And then give me 2 minutes.
Don't cut him, Kyle. Go ahead, Cataract.
Right. So, Mr. Speed, when you, as somebody who functions in HR, I can tell you that headhunting is one of the methods that is used to attract, to recruit talent. However, there are serious flaws with headhunting in that you end up in a sort of nepotistic kind of way that you only employ the people that you know of, and that there are talents out there that are unbeknownst to you. That's one. And number two, headhunting generally, the con of it is that you don't get the best value for money, because you may go out and headhunt a particular talent, and that ends up costing you more than some other talent that may be of equal competence, because that's what you're looking for, competence, that could have been gotten for a relatively lower salary, for example, if you want to use that word, a compensation package. And so that is why companies, and if you look in the Gleaner, they still advertise NCB, JN, the JPS, the huge companies for their most senior positions, still advertise so that they know not only what's available in Jamaica, because you may know what talent is in Jamaica, but there may be talents in the diaspora that may be able to do the same job remotely, because some work that we do is for companies in India and elsewhere that you don't have to be at a desk, but also there may be talent that will be willing to relocate to Jamaica. So I just put that on the table. I'm not
I didn't
bashing.
say you're wrong, you know. I'm just saying.
I know, and I'm saying I'm not bashing.
Yeah.
I'm not
well,
bashing.
I'm bashing,
right?
I'm
not bashing.
I don't imply anybody at the JFF.
No, man, I'm not bashing the JFF.
Right.
I'm saying that I would recommend to them that headhunting and that, Mr. Speed, I'll end my 2 minutes by saying that may be what leads people into saying that there's a lack of transparency in terms of the engagement, because it leads to the links phenomenon. Oh, you know.
Point made. All right, my turn, boss man. I know take 1 minute because Cataract eat out mine. I agree with everything.
What did Cataract do, Kyle?
Anyway, let me just hurry up. I agree with everything.
About something when you finish.
I agree with everything what Cataract said, but I would just like to expound on the diaspora link and the social media link. You know, people not only advertise in the paper no more. Things are done via social media. In New York, for example, people don't read newspapers to seek jobs. They go online. You know, you guys have a platform, meaning the JFF, of using the vloggers to basically advertise, you know, positions that I'm sure some people in the diaspora could fill. So use that asset, I plead, and see what you can get out of it. Some people might be willing to work for free. Believe me when I tell you that. And you could be getting more for, you know, more money for what you bargained for, more value for your money. That's it.
All right, so Kyle,
I'm not even against what Cataract saying, so don't get me wrong, but I'm saying there's other methods. That's all.
All right, Siobhan, Beard. That
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say thanks to Mr. Speed for taking the time out to jump on the show, explain. It was really encouraging based on some of the information that he mentioned, especially regarding youth development, because that's been my biggest thing with us that we've been lacking. So I'm happy that the JFF has taken that stand, and also we're trying to work on their social media presence because we're moving into a new world. So hopefully, so yeah, just wanted to say I'm looking forward to the changes so that we can possibly see an improvement in our football going forward.
Oh, he's finished. Mr. Speed, you said you wanted
Yeah,
to.
man, I want to talk to Kyle about something
Yeah.
really important to me. So, Kyle,
Yes, sir.
so we have 47 B license coaches and we have 60 C license. C license is not an issue. We'll run up those numbers quickly in the next year or two, right? And within one B license courses, you want to do to run up the numbers to about 120. We want to do 48 more, so it's been about 95 that. But what we want to do, which would be really help the country, is to host a license course in Jamaica next year. That is the one that is gonna cost a lot of money. So we want to do 24 coaches. We only have 10 now doing the A license course, so that will bring us up to 36. So I know your management going to do a thing later to try and get to pay for someone.
Right.
But if that is a project that I really like to work with you on to see how best we can finance that one and make sure by next year we have 34 A license coaches in Jamaica, because I think it's the only way out. We must have experience, coaching knowledge, coaching the youngster from our early.
I agree 100%. So the next program, basically, we will, talk about the B license and how we can piggyback it, segue into the A license financing. But my thing now is let's start with the B. Let's see what the diaspora can do, because my whole initiative is to get the diaspora involved in Jamaican football, and coaching is a sure way of doing it. And if this jumps off like I think it should, then the A license shouldn't be a problem. All right. So, management, what time will we be here?
6:30 my time. We're coming back. We're coming back.
Your time is what time in New York?
Right now, 7:30.
Okay, good.
On the East Coast.
So
Monday in New York can ask me the time I mean, boy, I tell you.
Well, I tell you know New York more than me.
So Kyle,
yes, sir.
So Kyle, we had a former footballer, an ultra, an entertainer on here. I'd want to put to you that the supporters club could adopt Luton Fire and his accreditation as a project to move him from simply a person in and around football to get him through the process. I put that to you, that we can see another tangible of one of our own who is a supporter move from a club president to and a former footballer, JPL footballer, up the ranks of the licensing.
Wouldn't that be considered nepotism, Cataract?
There you go.
Nepotism?
Yeah, because before that you said one of your ultras.
No, I said one of our own.
I
said he's an ultra. He's a club president. He has many hats. He's an entertainer. He's in reggae, and he's a boy.
Fun fact for full disclosure: Cataract was a founding member of the Reggae Boy Supporters Club.
I wrote the Constitution
at
Hilton Hotel.
Fun fact.
Fun fact.
And then him drop out. Ask him why.
Because I want to be a hooligan.
All right.
That's why.
Anyway, so 6:30, right, gentlemen?
Yeah.
7:30 New York time.
Yeah.
All right. Take care.
Yeah, man. Stefan said, Cataract a headhunt, you know.
Stefan, right. A serious level, you know. Me need to talk to you, know. Because me need to find what a $19 million house in Jamaica. You want to find one of them there?
Yeah, man. It's over sport more. In a right
Which
in the
one?
Tivoli Gardens, you can get one for 19 million.
No, man. Hey, no, on a serious level, me da love to link up Stefan Wright. $19 million
Yeah, man.
in a Jamaica?
Yeah, man. Bad man, too.
Yeah, a place where you can. You
Riverton, man. We can get the one with two bedroom Riverton Meadows, man.
Cataract.
Hear us brawling round that middle of Riverton, man.
But
out of touch.
But listen, big up yourself. People enjoy some champs until around 6:30. Kyle,
Yeah, but man, I have official complaint on champs. My niece running at the 70 meter hurdles, representing Immaculate. And she qualified. And then the man must say, the hurdle them did too high. And the measurement from the start to the first hurdle did wrong. Oh, what? Come is not a tracks man.
So one of the whole 8 people run over the same hurdle.
No, but no, them said the second race them adjusted.
No, but all I win that first race run over the same hurdle.
Yeah, but that's why them said them disqualify everybody.
What?
So
The
race is supposed to run back 12 o'clock midday, so I am using management. Who says the JFF use management to go to the J3 and this. Yeah, and the race to run back. I want to walk one for my knees, brother. Nepotism. Oh, because she's the carpet area champ. And our record a break, you know.
What is her name?
Ayana Blake, sir. Ayana Blake, yes, sir. And she'll be representing Immaculate in the 4x1.
Let me just tell people this. The record holder for the girls 100 meter is a footballer's son, you know. You all know that?
Yeah, man.
No, man. Her name is Alana Reid. And her father is one of the toughest left back in Jamaica, named Garfield Reid. Remember the name Garfield Reid, that left back used to play out for Rivoli, is his daughter, Alana Reid. Yeah, man, Garfield Reid.
Sporting DNA.
Yeah, man, it's Garfield Reid daughter. Big up yourself, Garfield Reid. If you watch some Masters League that they did in Yuatan, he scored a wicked volley recently, but he had a lethal left foot. It's his daughter, Alana Reid. I think he has a next daughter that goes to Dintil as well. That is in track and field.
But bare things are going on champs, you know. Bare things are going on champs, you know. I see a girl fling with a discus like it's a tennis ball. Big up the athletes.
Yeah. Okay. DV Group is saying that houses are like for 15 million in Phoenix Park, Portmore. Okay. So we can. All right.
And
yeah,
you
man.
have to pay $1 million to the mosquito for annual
but
maintenance.
Ryan said that is not true. I have house in Phoenix Park Village, my brother. So I don't know. Like, I'd really love, seriously, Stefan Wright, me need to know which part them 19 million there. You understand? Because I know some people are looking also investing in Jamaica. You know? We need, All right. Anyways, we're now getting into the house argument. But people, Cataract, big up yourself, you know. You understand me? Stefan, thanks for being on. Formula, Ryan LFC, bless up yourself.
Rain a fall, and I'm supposed to be a yacht and I play a song on the boy.
Come on, Cataract. It is raining.
I'm not lady, sir.
No, it is raining. Rain and fall, Cataract. Can the rain do anything?
Beat down.
Can the rain do anything but fall?
Boy, rain and beat down.
It is raining.
But one man out stop. So big up the whole of you at that. Me a forward enough. On a beat up a juvenile them round the summer. Yeah. General a cup.
Yeah, man.
People 4.5 hours. Big up man. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, man.
Stefan, big up yourself, you.
All the persons in the comment section, bless up yourself.
All right, now, I want the JFF notice this, you know. Football upon YouTube 24 hours, you know. All middle night, Mr. Man upon I run them show and people they out, you know, and stunted.
Yo, but I gotta go, people. I am management. This has been I Am Sure Sports as usual. We say we are over and we are OUT out of here.